Hey y'all, hey. And turn that off. How y'all doing? How your night going? You know, for once, haven't had any technical difficulties. Knock on wood. So, hopefully I can just solve a murder or two. Definitely two. He definitely died again. Butter. What am I doing? Get that out of my way. Okay. Hit that. Yes. Okay. And hi, Aqua. Bum, bum, bum. I hit the wrong button. 'Cause y'all can't hear the game. Boop. There we go. Okay. Let's see what mysteries Makoto can't seem to find the answers to today. Ha. Good times. Yes, please. Okay, we just finished talking to Sakura, getting a recap of everything. I don't remember what I was supposed to do next. Ah. Okay. Uh, don't let me and my foolishness distract you. This whole situation really does bother me. This is the situation that bothers you, Hina. After Hifumi and Taka's bodies disappeared, we split up to look around, right? I was really scared, so me and Sakura stuck together. And we came right to the repository to, look around. But when we got here, the repository was locked. We couldn't get inside. And we came here as soon as the search started. So there's no way someone could have beat us here. So if that's true, then who locked it? And why is it unlocked now? I wonder the same thing. The door was locked when the search for the bodies began, but now it's wide open. There must be some hidden clue in there somewhere. Well, we all know that it's not going to be Makoto. Somebody has to do it. I don't want to talk to you, but I'll talk to you. Byakuya, do you think Hiro really did it? I don't see how anyone could think otherwise. When the attacks and murders and disappearances all happened, every one of us had an alibi. And the last thing Hifumi said when he died Yeah, he said Hero's
So,
name.
in other words,
Then there's no room to suspect anyone else. Are you sure? You know, every single time somebody dies, y'all been out here jumping to all kinds of conclusions very, very quickly. Y'all don't actually be trying to take the time to investigate further. And every single time y'all have been wrong. Okay, but if he did do it, why would he hide his identity with that weird costume?
hmm,
Maybe he thought that no matter what happened, he'd be safe as long as his face was covered. But he's the fool of the century, you see. I mean, he is kinda dumb. But do you really think that's enough to to explain it? I feel like there's a clue hiding in there somewhere. And is that it? That's all that bothers you about the case? Well, no. There are a few other things. Like what, Makoto? Because thus far, you haven't questioned much. I would very much like to know what other things you have questions about. And like, why did the killer try to hide the bodies?
hmm,
They probably figured that if we couldn't find the bodies, we couldn't complete our investigation. But if that's the case, we found the bodies pretty easily, didn't we? Again, it comes back to the fact that the culprit was a moron. Is that really all there is to it? The other thing that bothers me is why'd they bother killing two people?
what?
Because all the rule says is if you can kill someone and get away with it, you graduate, right? So if you're the killer, your number one priority is not getting caught. But killing two people means more clues, more chances you'll get found out.
I see.
Hold on. Perhaps I see. So that's what that means. It is everything okay?
That's enough.
Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Byakuya, what exactly is your problem? You're making it very difficult for someone to not murder you in this game. What is really the issue? Making a good point just to be shot down by Byakuya yet again. Just because he pointed out something that he didn't think about. That's wild. Huh? What's with the attitude? But you have my appreciation.
Goodbye.
Thanks to you, I might have some fun with this after all. This man here. His mysterious words hung in the air as he left the repository. He talked as if he figured something out. But if he did, would it have killed him to tell me what it was? There's gotta be a clue around here somewhere. Maybe I should check somewhere else. There are some places I already know about. First, the nurse's office where Hifumi was found, then the equipment room where Taka was found. I mean, you ain't got to tell me twice, because I was about to go there anyway. Yup. Might as well hit that up while I'm here. No need to go down and back up. I should have put some socks on. My toesy woesies are cold. Oh, yay. Toko's here. There's some kind of tire mark going through the pool of blood in the middle of the room. That reminds me about the dolly in the repository. There was blood on its tire. Could that blood have come from here? Where else was it gonna come from, Makoto? There's literal wheel marks. You know, every time we give you some high praises, you turn around and you disappoint us. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to figure out how to cover my cozy woesies, but my blanket won't cooperate. I just want some blanket on my toesies. Okay. There we go. I got some coverage on my toesy woesies. Which could mean that Taka's body was moved from the equipment room to the repository using the dolly. Was that not the obvious solution? Okay. Both rooms are on the 3rd floor, so that should definitely have been possible. But even if the dolly was used to move Taka's body, what about Hifumi? Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office on the 1st floor. Even with a dolly, there's no way to get it up to the 3rd floor. That's still a total mystery. I still wholeheartedly believe that he walked up some stairs by himself. And ain't nobody carrying that weight. Huh? This tart. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, and just recently too. Makoto, you're only finding the tart familiar. You gonna act like you didn't just see Taka's body on it? That's crazy. Justice Hammer 4, the weapon that was used to kill Taka. The body was moved, but the murder weapon was just left here. Alright, what you got to say? I was sleeping right here when the killer carried the body away. I'm super pissed I missed such an ultimately rare event. Of course, that's all your crazy self had to say. You contributed nothing to this conversation. Nope. Okay. Can I quick fix this? Yes, I can. Okay. Yeah. This way. I don't know what I would do without that map. What are you investigating, Celeste? I am not investigating anything, precisely speaking. I am simply going around seeing if Hero might be hiding somewhere. What about you? Oh, I'm just checking this and that. The main thing on my mind is how someone could have moved Hifumi's body.
Let's see.
How Hifumi was moved, eh? When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's office, right?
Yes, indeed.
Correct. Hina was not feeling well, so I stayed behind to look after her. But she seemed to be getting worse, so I took her to the bathroom. And when you got back, the body was gone. We could not have been gone for more than a minute or two, though. Yeah, Hina said the same thing. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time?
Indeed.
It would seem so. To carry off someone as big as Hifumi in only a couple of minutes is... I can't think of it as anything less than impossible. Yay! Welcome back. You just missed a bit of a Makoto having a smart moment and then immediately turning around and going back to being clueless. Every time we have high hopes for the boy, he turns around and disappoints us again. He never fails. Yes, he actually made... He made some very good points. And then in the next moment, he went to go investigate something else. And immediately lost it. Like, immediately. Never fails. And Justice Hammer 3. The one that was used to kill his student. Someone moved the body but left the weapon behind. All I'ma say is that these hammers are a little too clean for all the blood around them. There's no way that they're the actual weapons. The actual weapon has to be that one in the art room that's been washed off. Because these are too clean. They're not covered in They're not covered in the pink blood. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced at all. Okay. So there's nothing in here. Like what, Makoto? Like what? You want me to talk to her again? When it disappeared, you were supposed to be in the nurse's
Yes,
office, right?
indeed.
Okay, so we went through this already.
Indeed.
Okay, well, what y'all want me to look at in here? Because I look at the hammer. Just a normal trash can. Huh? Wait, there's something inside. Who would ever think to look in the trash can? It's too small to be a handkerchief. It's a glasses cleaning cloth. And it's got some kind of cartoon character on it. Ugh. But it's also covered in blood.
Oh,
So they used that to clean off his glasses? Oh, y'all rummaged in his pockets for that? Ah, did you find something? Yeah, there's a cleaning cloth in the trash can. A cleaning cloth? And it's all bloody. Whoever this belongs to must have used it to wipe up some blood. But who would need to do something like that? Makoto, y'all just discovered that Fumi's glasses were wiped clean. You're not putting together enough puzzle pieces. We started off on such a high note. I haven't the slightest idea. Yeah, me either. But I think it might be important. You think? Sir, you... Can I leave now? Didn't you basically tell me to leave you alone? Why are you looking for me, sir? Why are you looking for me? So this is where you were. I've been looking for you. You have? I wanted to thank you for what you did. Oh, pretty much. But at least in a notebook, you can string some things together. Oh, as if he didn't just examine Fumi's body. Oh my gosh. He started this on such a high note, piecing things together, pointing out the inconsistencies, and now he's right back to regular old Makoto. Not that you meant to, but you ended up making this little game of ours very interesting. You know, at this point, I pray to the high heavens that he actually does grow with time. I just don't know how many murders it's going to take to do that. Because at this point, it's already been 4 of them. Feel like it shouldn't take many more. Heck, it shouldn't have taken this many. But here we are. You should go to Hero's room. Oh, and let me give you this. This is the note Hero wrote to get us all to meet up, right? You remember well. Well, the penmanship was pretty remarkable, so it left an impression.
It's all clear now.
Anyway, this makes it clear, right? This is a trap. What is? Things grow ever more interesting. What are you talking about? I've already repaid my debt. I don't owe you any more explanation.
Goodbye.
That's wild. So he said to go to Hero's room, but what's waiting for me there? I'm not about to try to find my way back over there. Can I get a quick jump, please? Here. Handy dandy map. No. Haha. Oh. Hero, why you room all the way back there? You couldn't just be on the main hall? Sakura. Hero. The door is unlocked? I guess I can go inside. Byakuya did say to go look. Might not be a great idea, but I'm gonna take the plunge. How much junk did Hero come with? Also, where did he hide it all? I don't recall my luggage coming with me when I was knocked out and woken up. Where did he find all of this? Is all of this in the storage room as well? This is Hero's room. There's all kinds of weird stuff in here. I don't like that camera is over there glitching. I don't like that at all. Where'd he even get it all from? See, sometimes we on the same wavelength, Makoto. More importantly, possibly, maybe they could all be folded up and stuffed in his pockets. He still hasn't turned up. This is also true. He's king of the average people. So of course he would only come with his clothes. Which means he can't really complain if I don't get his permission to search his room, right? I think there's something in the cardboard box. It's blueprints for something, and some things made out of, it looks like cardboard, plastic, and plaster? Is this Robo Justice? And it's in Hero's room. But wait, these blueprints. You mean the handwriting? Something, he says. Something. It's definitely not the 5th grader handwriting compared to Hero's almost calligraphy level handwriting. but something. Yes. Something. Yep. It's a normal bed, pretty much just like the one in my room. So we came in here only for that? I soundlessly checked the bathroom. There's nothing in here. It's pretty grungy though. Ew. How does the bathroom even get this dirty? Ew. He's not gonna. He's not gonna in the slightest. I'm very much having very little faith in our good boy. You know, I wish that these students would just you know, get my attention the normal way. Why run up behind me calling my name like this? You see me backing out of a room that doesn't belong to me. Why scream behind me? Makoto, big news! Big news! What's wrong? We found Kyoko! What? Is she okay? Where is she? Wait, I wasn't done. There's more big news. Then stop with the dramatic pauses.
Just a second.
Robo Justice showed up too. Robo Justice? It's Hero wearing the costume. Anyway, as soon as you can, head to the pool on the second floor. To think Hero and Kyoko would turn up at the same time. Anyway, I head to the pool. Ran out to the second floor as fast as I could. See, personally, I knew that Hero wasn't smart enough to pull this off. Kyoko and... Phew. Man, I have had the worst day. Hero? Hero?
Oh, hey, Makoto.
Yeah, duh. Who else would I be? That's a good question. Not in the slightest. Has he done that at all in any of these investigations? When they found him, was he even aware that there's multiple dead bodies? Can he fully hear inside of Robo Justice? I have very, very many questions. Like, I don't... You know what? I'm gonna hope that Makoto asks the right questions here. But I'm not holding my breath on that. So look forward to my colorful commentary. Huh? What? Why do I look like this? What? Did someone come along and remodel me while I was sleeping? Was it the Illuminati? The Illuminati, he says. How is the Illuminati going to get into this school? I found Hero. He was jammed into the pool room locker. It looked like he was fast asleep, so I kicked him and woke him up.
Don't be mean.
I still can't believe you kicked me. You could have been a little more gentle about it. Like, I don't know, caress my face or something.
What?
That's creepy. Anyway, Kyoko, where have you been all this time? You just disappeared all of a sudden without a trace. There was something I had to check up on. What do you mean? Never mind. Kyoko, you can't keep saying stuff like that and not explaining yourself. I can't never mind.
It's nothing.
Never mind.
Hey,
More importantly, she says that, but does she have any idea? Does she know people think she might be spying for the mastermind?
and?
First of all, Hero, you need to explain to us why you're dressed like that.
I mean,
Oh, well, I mean, I have no idea. 1 second I was asleep, don't even know how that happened. Then I woke up, and then I was here. I don't care. Do something about that costume. It pains me just to look at you. Well,
let me out of here.
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself?
You got it all wrong.
I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing.
It would seem.
That is a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. It looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. Which means that he couldn't have done it. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him. Took everyone's help, but slowly we were able to get Hero out of the suit. Took a few minutes, but eventually we got all the pieces off. Whew. Free at last. Isn't it kind of weird how perfectly the suit fits Hero?
So then,
More to the point, nobody but Hero could be able to wear that costume. Okay, for real though, is Celeste a hypnotist? And that's how she became the ultimate gambler. Because she hypnotized people and that's how she won. Just throwing it out there. But also, there's no way that all of this happened and nobody knew how. Wait, what? Hold on a sec.
honestly,
Don't bother trying to act innocent. The blueprints were in your room as well.
is that okay?
In other words, it is obvious to everyone that you made this costume. That's true. I saw the blueprints myself. Yeah, me too.
Could it be?
Then it's obvious. The one who put this costume on and went around attacking everyone. So did everybody just quickly forget that he can't clasp himself into the costume? We're just going to ignore that little detail. You know, just a little fun fact. He can't do it by himself. I've got questions.
That's terrible.
Was Hero Shall we tie him up and gag him?
Just the worst.
Good idea. We wouldn't want him killing anyone else. Every time y'all have this mob mentality, y'all are wrong. Why? Y'all don't ever want to think things through first? Just a bit.
What?
Tie me up? Hold on, guys. I think that's going a little far.
That's right.
He may be a suspect, but he deserves fair treatment. Yeah, I mean, attacking blueprints? I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
What the heck?
You can't talk your way out of this. It's been decided. You killed them.
Please.
First, y'all did it with Makoto. Then y'all did it with Byakuya. Now you're doing it with Hiro. Come on now. This never works out. At this point, y'all finna be 3 for 3 and being wrong. And if it wasn't for me, we'd all be dead. Which is crazy, given some of their backgrounds. It baffles me. Y'all have such high IQs out in the real world. But as soon as y'all get in here, y'all big trash. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. There's no way that your deductive reasoning just goes out the window. Especially when you've been 3 for 3 and being wrong. What? Killed who? I have no idea what you're talking about. There must be a fake hero running around.
What are you saying?
You're the only one who can wear this costume. So who else could possibly be the costume attacker?
What the heck?
How do you know I'm the only one? Maybe you should try it on for yourself before you convict me.
Okay.
Fine. If you're gonna be a jerk about it, I will. Without missing a beat, Hina started putting on the Robo Justice costume.
Huh. See? Look. See how loose it is?
Trying to figure out you know what? I don't mind my business. Is this the equivalent of if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit? Like, is this one of those moments?
I mean, come on. I'm blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing.
I'm telling you, it wasn't me.
And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. Seems like a pretty obvious oversight.
Then how did he do the thing? He can't move bodies if he can't bend at the waist. Think about this, people.
That's not a very nice thing to say. I mean, it's not like I made it. I just got caught up in the moment.
Well, either way, now we know for sure, right? I mean, it seems pretty clear that nobody but Hiro could have fit into this dumb costume.
In a huff, Hina took the suit back off again.
Ah.
Well, Now you're all out of excuses.
Um.
No, see, it's because you're a girl. If it was another guy, then Makoto, go ahead. Now you gonna drop the tiniest one in the suit? That's crazy. I would say we ain't got no guys with a little height, but all the guys are here, and the rest they're dead. The male population is greatly dwindling here. That's you know, chocolate, Mondo. It's my Yup, the male population is about gone. 5 of 8 have greatly gone down the drain. Like, y'all about to be obsolete in this school at this point. Just completely obsolete. But no, for real. Why would we put the shortest guy? Like, is it only our perspective? Like, is he actually as tall as everybody else? And it's just the little paper figurines that make him look shorter than people? I need an explanation. Against my will, I pick up the pieces off the floor and try putting them on. It's no good. The arms are too long. There's no way I can wear this.
Just a second.
Duh. See? I told you it was impossible. Nah, Celeste's just a little bit too smug here. You are absolutely right. It seems this costume was made to fit Hero's body exactly.
But
Then there's another costume. They must have one that looks the same. But fits them.
Honestly.
You insist on this line of defense. Then show us some evidence.
what the heck?
Evidence? Mm-mm. Celeste ain't been this involved in a murder mystery since she got here. All of a sudden she has all the answers though. You claim there's another suit, yes? Then you must find it and show it to us. You know, I'm greatly looking forward to that moment where she drops the fake accent when she finally gets accused. And I can't wait to hear it in full talking form and not just her mini outbursts. Could she? Like, height-wise, yes. But could her bulky form fit inside the tight space? Because the Hero's kind of skinny. Sakura is easily twice his size. What the heck?
Just the worst.
Who cares? Hero's the only one without an alibi during this whole thing anyway.
That's terrible.
Which is how we know it was him.
What?
I mean, is that really true? I have no idea what's been happening. Could someone, like, tell me? There's a big locker near the pool. So we're not going to look in said locker? Of course we should. Well, let's just go down the line.
What the heck?
If you don't tell me what's going on, how am I supposed to understand? I think I figured out that someone's been killed, right? Hey, Makoto, who was it? Well, so who's gonna tell them that it's more of a they than an it? Two people were killed. Taka and Hifumi.
What?
Two people?
Just the worst.
Why are you freaking out? You did it.
Please!
I did not. Wait, hold on. If those two are the ones that were
How
killed,
about that?
that's it. I know who did it.
So then,
You may as well tell us then. Taka and Hifumi were fighting over alter ego, right?
I'm at least 30% right.
Did he just say that that's the computer program or the already dead man murdered two people and with confidence said, I'm at least 30% right? Nah. This man couldn't have designed a Gundam, a functioning Gundam, murdered two people, and also had the idea to hide them to get rid of evidence. There's no possible way. I refuse to believe it. It's impossible. You can't convince me otherwise. I would be shocked and amazed if it was actually him. I don't even think that he will ever actually be a murderer. His only option is to be murdered. Okay,
correct.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Please!
Huh? Unfortunate?
What the heck?
Stop trying to trick us. Just admit you did it, okay? I'm telling you, you got it all wrong.
Oh, so then.
Ah, I know that note. No. Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. I found a hole that maybe we can use to escape. Anakuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. But the last thing I remember is going to the rec room and then for some reason I fell asleep. Did you say for some reason? You're not suspecting that you may have been, oh, I don't know, knocked out by some form of fume, maybe some chloroform, maybe a quick press of a pressure point. You know, there's so many options here. But, I digress.
Hey.
The real killer probably drugged me or something.
Just the worst.
Not a chance.
So,
No. Hold on. He could be onto something. The nurse's office did have chemicals that could do that.
Huh?
What? Really? I told you. Someone's trying to set me up. A secret passage. A chance to escape. Someone wrote all that to trick me. Even if that's true, you must be one dumb fish to bite every piece of bait that floats in front of you. Well, after being trapped here so long, even if you know it's a lie, you still gotta check, right? They preyed on my desire to get out of here. They deceived me. I still don't buy it.
Don't be mean.
Well, you should buy it.
just a second.
Okay. Then show us that note. With pleasure. I have it right here in my pocket. Of course the killer would have taken it.
No way.
Looks like I lost it. Yeah, sure.
Please.
You gotta believe me. I wouldn't hurt a fly. As I said before, if you want us to believe you, you must provide evidence. Can you show us the note? I have no particular issue with what you claim, but if you want us to believe you, give us a reason. What the heck? We're serious. You know, people would take him more seriously if he wouldn't say for serious at 21 years of age. Now then, should we resume our investigation? There's no time to waste before the class trial begins. Why do we need to keep investigating? We already know who did it.
What the heck?
Why? Why did you kill them? Tell us, hero. No, like I said.
Just the worst.
Was it really to get the money Monokuma offered us? Yeah, that must be it. You must be totally broke, and that's why.
Please.
Wait, that's a false accusation. Someone help me.
What are you saying?
Just be thankful we haven't bound and gagged you. If you have time to yell and carry on, you have time to search for your evidence, right?
What?
You're right. I need to look for the second suit of that note. Feet don't fail me now. I guess I'd better get back to guard duty. I was gonna ask Toko, Genocide Jack to switch me. But if she and Sakura got into a fight, we'd have a catastrophe on our hands. Well, bye. One by one, everyone peeled away. Makoto, do you have a second? Huh? want you to help me with the investigation.
It would seem...
By help, do you mean me find all the clues and you withhold all the information after you piece it together? Because if that's the case, then I kind of don't want to help. I'd rather go on blindly and mind my business. It looks like I got a late start on this one, so I need to make up some ground. Sure, I don't mind helping, but can you promise me something? Later, when we have time, will you tell me why you disappeared?
Why is that?
No. That's wild. To reject me so simply.
Anyway,
I need your help. You don't mind, do you? You know, if they would actually give me a choice in some of these matters, I wouldn't help her simply because of that no. Cause what in the world? Hi. Are you finally home from work? Relaxing? Having some dinner? Makoto, don't give in! You poor gullible soul. Oh, okay.
shall we go?
Thanks. Now then, shall we? No, we shan't. I don't want to help you. So Makoto, first I'd like to examine the corpses. I already did this, Kyoko. Go do this yourself. Examine the corpses. I can't believe I'm hearing that from a girl the same age as me.
Correct.
Dead bodies don't lie, you know. They tell the truth far more easily than the living.
Hey.
Wouldn't you agree? How am I supposed to answer?
Anyway.
We have to hurry before the class trial begins again. Yeah, you're right. Okay then, show me where the bodies are. Did you not hear the announcements? Did you not hear any of the conversation? It was... They're in the repository. Then I guess we should head that way for now. Sick of it. I can go here. Bum bum. Almost to the corner. So we're still not gonna say nothing about these lockers. Got it. Fumi and Taka. For a moment, Yoko seemed to go rigid, but only for a moment.
So then.
Well then, let's get started. She crouched down next to Taka, and without hesitation, began poking and prodding the bodies.
I knew it.
Yamada Kumafa was right. They were killed using similar weapons. Her movements were so smooth. She was so calm. Seeing how comfortable she was actually made me feel a little more comfortable. Shouldn't that make you feel comfortable?
I see.
Makoto, I found something. Now, before we continue, are you actually going to tell me what you found? Or are you gonna make me guess at it by looking at stuff around the room as well? You did?
Hey,
You remember the wristwatch Taka always wore on his left hand? He did?
whew.
Are you so oblivious to the people around you? Do you just like other people that much? Hi, Snoop. How's your day or night going? No, that's not it. Anyway, so you said he had a watch.
So then,
Take a look. It's broken. You can see the hands aren't moving, right? So, I don't know which way his wrist is. So that's either... No, I'm not gonna guess. See, it's only because, you know, I've been trying to start a little earlier so that I can play a little longer. So your internal clock thinks that you should come at the regular time at like around 9ish. So you missed a bit. And thus far, you were right. It's kind of obvious who done it. And the blatant framework is ridiculous because they did not pay attention to certain details that proves that Hero didn't do it. It's broken. You see the hands aren't moving, right? It most likely broke when he had his encounter with his assailant. And if you notice, the hands are frozen at just past 6 o'clock. Are they? I mean, I can see that. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about the logistics of it. So that would mean the watch was broken sometime just after 6. Makoto, is that not what she just said? Why do y'all feel the need to repeat everything? Just hello, welcome in, and thank you for the follow.
that's right.
But come on, he's gonna forget it in the middle of the conversation. Like, I'm trying to figure out how Makoto came to be the main character here. Because he's not having the traits that are needed. You know? That's perfectly okay. With time, I'm going to be going through, at the very least, all 3 of the main games. And after I get through the first 3, we'll see how it gets into the little side ones. But even being an average student, they usually catch on with just a little bit more quickness than Makoto does. He has the memory of a guppy. Although I feel like that might be an insult to guppies. But last night, Taco's watch definitely wasn't broken. Oh, then yes, I apologize for insulting the guppies. Because I feel like even they would catch on a little faster than Makoto. Yes, they probably would. They would never get into fights, at least not for very long. They'd forget it soon after and be buddy all over again. Also, can somebody point out to me where you see a watch on his wrist? Because I don't see anything but shirt sleeves. Where's this watch that we were supposed to have seen on his wrist? You know what, Taka? I really don't want to deal with your yell talking right now. Exactly. There was nothing there. Otherwise, we probably would have noticed it by now. Huh. Hello, welcome in. And yeah, I'll be playing it for the foreseeable future. I gotta get through them all. Hey, you! How long are you gonna keep us waiting? Taka's irritated voice pierced the air as he stared pointedly at his wristwatch. Where? It's almost 10 o'clock, you know that? Bedtime for all the little boys and girls.
In other words,
Again, is it? Literally none of them. And for this particular one, I think that it was Celeste. Her initial story didn't add up, and it kept changing. Like, she's way too involved right now for someone who could care less 2 murders ago. It just does not add up. And wow, can you imagine? He's just seeing the spirits of his friends as hands on a watch that he just looks at and is like, yeah. Thanks, guys. It's about that time, isn't it? So if it worked at 10 last night, it couldn't have been broken at 6 p.m. Meaning, it must have happened at 6 this morning. Never mind. I forget that she was missing for most of this. But Makoto wasn't. Makoto, you know that all of this happened between the hours. You knew that this happened.
however,
I'm gonna mind my business. And that's not all. Look at Taka's left hand. He appears to be gripping something. Is that the note? You're right. There's something white in there.
Makoto,
Why's she asking me to do it? You discovered it. You touched the dead man's hands. Can you try and pry it out? Me?
Because
Rigor mortis has already set in. Boys are better suited for this kind of manual labor, right? Have you met Makoto? Like, have you not actually met him? He's Our brave boy ain't strong. Literally. He has the anime flap in the wind arms. The kind that has the dead stare on his face accompanying them. Oh, okay. Makoto, you don't have to say yes to everything. Like, you don't need to say yes to everything. Oh. As much as I didn't want to, I grasped Taka's cold hand. The ice cold hand was nearly enough to cause my heart to stop beating. Makoto, you don't have to have these thoughts. If you would just do it and get it over with, you wouldn't even have time to have these weird thoughts. Your thoughts don't need to get this detailed. Get in and get out. Easy peasy, okay? Easy peasy. And he is definitely a puppet. A marionette. Somebody's pulling his strings every step of the way. This man doesn't really know what the definition of no is. After some effort, I was finally able to free the object from his tightly clenched fist. A piece of paper? Makoto, why are you questioning this like it wasn't obvious that that was a piece of paper?
hey,
Was that all he had in his hand? Yeah, that's it. Just a little scrap of paper. Doesn't seem like much of a clue, does it? So we just conveniently forgot that Hiro got lured out by a note in the very place that Taka was killed. Okay.
is that right?
I wonder about that. Kyoko then turned to Hifumi's body.
So then,
Let's check Hifumi's body now. Perhaps he's left us a few clues of his own. The biggest problem I have right now is how the killer was able to move Hifumi's massive corpse from the nurse's office where he was discovered to here, the repository. I'm telling you, he had to have gotten up and got here on his own. How else is somebody gonna get his body there? He is a Dairy Queen cone for a human. He's girthy. All the way from the first floor to the third. And all without anyone noticing it. Tell that to his repeat performance earlier. He said, but wait, there's more, but not really, and I'm dead again. There's no way. there's no way. See, I might not have the suspicions if it was anybody but Hifumi. But Fumi's too big for somebody to be trying to move him. Unless you're Sakura. And even then, I wonder if she could carry Fumi. I just can't see how that's possible. Further, it seems that Hifumi died from a blow to the head. He was most likely killed using Justice Hammer 3, which was found in the nurse's office. But when we found his body in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered in blood. Ah, so you've had quite a few near-death experiences, and then were brought back by loved ones. That's good to know. You know, it's always good to have a back door. You know, always convenient. I'm honestly glad that you have this backup plan. It's always a good choice. Always. But now they're spotless. Because somebody had to clean them. Otherwise, how was he going to walk himself up the stairs? Sir, you found the cleaning cloth in the trash can. Why are you questioning this? You found it. Y'all see what I mean by memory of a guppy? He found the cleaning cloth. Does that mean someone wiped his glasses clean? But who would do that, and why? So, did you find anything?
Indeed.
I did. More than I expected, to be honest. Look at this. A wad of paper?
That's right.
Hifumi had it hidden on him. Hidden?
Indeed.
Now, when you say that he stuffed it in his pants, specifically, do you mean his pockets? Please say that you meant his pockets and not any other part of his pants. Because that would mean that you went into those parts of his pants. Please say they were in his pocket. These are the questions. He stuffed it in his pants. So I can only assume he'd hidden it on purpose, you see? Okay, being hidden on purpose means that they probably weren't in a pocket. In his pants? Wait, so you...
Why is that?
Yep. She went in that part of his pants. Definitely not a pocket. Definitely not a pocket. Okay. Kyoko is just a little bit too she's too comfortable with this. I'm convinced that in the outside world she was a detective or a doctor or something. I don't know what that means.
Hey.
Anyway, let's take a look at the paper. Go ahead, Makoto. Open it up. Why do you never want to touch all of these evidences? I'm so curious. When I think of how it was stuffed down his pants, it's like, right? Otherwise, how would she be so calm around all the dead people? It's She's way too calm for this. It better be important, Hifumi, or I'll never forgive you for this. I don't think Hifumi cares if you forgive him or not. He's gone to be with his 2D fantasies in the afterlife. Hey, it's the note. How did the note get into his pants when the corner was in Taka's hand? So did but Taka was already dead. Fumi's the only one that has some consciousness. I don't know. Fumi must have gotten it out of Taka's hand at some point. I've got so many questions. Another possibility. Again, could they have been hypnotized? You know, Fumi kills Taka, the mastermind slash blackened student kills Fumi. You know, frames Hero, and nobody's the wiser except the blackened student. Because this seems all too convenient. I found a hole. Maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out. Yeah,
So...
it's the note. That sounds very familiar. That's it. It's the same thing Hero said. And he was telling the truth. And that's the same chicken scratch handwriting that was on the plans in his bedroom. That we know can't be his. Because he has calligraphy handwriting.
However,
although it's not exactly the same, is it? Last night, someone slipped a weird note under my door. And here's what it said. Found a hole, maybe we can use to escape. Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Just meet in the rec room at 1 a.m. The time is different. Hero told us that his note said to meet at 1 a.m. So is this a separate note that Taka got? Oh, are we sure that it was written directly to Hifumi though? But the note they wrote to Hifumi asking to meet at 6 a.m.
Is that right?
See, that's what I'm saying. I wish that Makoto would make these connections too. Hold on. Just because Hifumi had the note doesn't mean it was meant for him. Now, why couldn't I be in control of Kyoko? At least she got a bit of common sense, a bit of critical thinking. Huh?
So,
part of it has been torn off, right? I think there's likely some meaning there. There's some meaning to part of it being ripped. Could you maybe explain it a little more? You know, you're right. You're right. Because if we got to be Kyoko, everything would be spoken for us out loud. There would be no I have to read in between the lines. Again, I very much wonder about this relatable, adjective that they use. Because I'm not relating at all. Think carefully.
hey,
Why would he have been clutching that scrap of paper so tightly? I have no idea.
so then,
And that's why he misses everything. See, someone gets it. That's what I was just saying. I wondered if it was like a trickle effect of murder, but kind of edged on by somebody else. Yes, there you go. Murder dominoes. What if it wasn't just a scrap of paper when he was holding it? What if it was something more important? And how would something important like that become a mere scrap of paper? That's what you need to answer. Kyoko, you don't ever actually tell me things. Well, I can't wait for that. He can barely figure out things with Kyoko. He still doesn't get anything until mid-trial every time. And even then, I have to figure out most of it. Oh. I just, I would like a little sprinkle of relatability. Like at least like turn his comprehension just up like a notch and a half. It's not a lot. Just a notch and a half, Just yeah. Just I initially thought that they weren't numbers at all and knew that it said Leon. But then everybody else in the school kept reading it as numbers, thinking it was some kind of combination. Like, has no one ever looked at it like that? Like that don't look like Leon upside down to y'all? And while we're at it, I should tell you one other thing. Now, are you actually going to tell me this thing? Or are you going to hint at it and hope that Makoto catches on? The two victims this time definitely had their handbooks on them. So the handbooks have nothing to do with how the murders were carried out. What? Not that there was any reason to think they were connected to the killing in the first place. Then why are you bringing them up, Kyoko? You're going to confuse our poor boy. You can't just throw out irrelevant factoids at him. He's barely holding on as it is. Don't do this to him. So you're saying I don't have to think about the handbooks this time? Dun dun dun. You know, I would not be surprised at that at all. Because he really just woke up from the dead to say this man's name. Oh, the plot thickens.
Is that right?
If you didn't have to think about them at all, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to mention it. Oh, Kyoko, you're going to confuse our poor boy. All I said was that they weren't used to help carry out the murders. There may come a point, however, where a handbook may play a role. Other than to get into Hiro's bedroom, what reason is there? You're confusing the poor boy. A handbook may play a role. I don't think I understand. But if Kyoko thinks it's important, I'd better keep it in mind. This is also true. And I know for a fact that nobody knows Celeste's last name. Because I'm not even for sure that Celeste is her actual name. And also, everybody else's first and last name is on their little tag, except for hers. And I'm not for sure that I know her last name either. Because I strongly suspect Celeste. She's been very suspicious. This poor boy don't know what's going on. And now he definitely doesn't know what's going on.
Are you excited? Are you pumped? It's time for the class trial to begin!
I'm not pumped
like
at all.
Like the bright burst of fireworks, like the flash of a soul clashing with life and death. And so, with no further ado, everyone please meet at the usual spot. Make your way to the red door on the first floor of the school.
That is... Ooh.
See you soon.
It would seem...
Oh, I have more questions than answers. It's unfortunate, but I suppose this is where our investigation comes to an end. But I also could have seen it happening. She had a very short fuse. You'll have to figure out the rest for yourself and come to the proper conclusion. No, I don't, because we're in a class trial. This is supposed to be a group effort. I shouldn't have to do it by myself. We should all be coming together and putting our noggins together. Yeah, you're right.
Shall we go?
Well, that too. All she had to do was not threaten his life, but she did it without thinking, like she pretty much did up to that point. She didn't said what she wanted and then questioned it after the fact. Well, we better get going. Oh, okay. I'm glad that y'all always just place me here and I ain't gotta go find it. Ah, this elevator is getting roomier and roomier by the day. Everyone had heard Monokuma's proclamation and they gathered by the red door. And as soon as we were all there,
Monokuma appears!
I feel like it was not necessary to have double Monokumas. It was not necessary. See, that's the issue. She wasn't thinking. She went purely off of emotion and immediately turned into a kebab. He's multiplied?
Wrong!
Nope, not multiplication. It just looks that way because of an illusion. I'm moving so fast it looks like I've multiplied. Can you guys tell which one is the real Monokuma?
Phew.
Can we just get on the elevator already?
Boy, tough crowd.
You're not playing along?
Stop talking.
We're not here to play with you.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Hey! Hey!
Then if everyone's here and ready to go, please board the plane train elevator. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
Because most everybody else remembers that first day when Mondo almost got his head blown to smithereens. She's the only one that completely forgot about that fact. Okay then, shall we?
Please!
Hold on. I'm not mentally prepared yet.
What the heck?
You'll never be mentally prepared. You can't run away anymore, hero. You're gonna pay for your sins.
What the heck?
Hina, you're behaving much like all the townspeople during the witch trials. That's wild. I told you already. I didn't do it. For serious. That reminds me. Did you ever find the other costume? Or the note? Well, no, but how unfortunate. It would seem we have our culprit. Nah, she's too excited about this. She's way too excited about this. You know, Hito was quite annoyed at him very often. So that's not surprising. Yeah. That mob mentality will do it every time. isn't the place to talk about it. Save your accusations for when we get to the courtroom.
That's right.
She's right. Let's get down there first. Then the story can really begin. Yeah, good idea. That's right. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how he's the ultimate clairvoyant. I have to do it. Can't let whoever killed Hifumi and Taka get away with it. For everyone who's still alive, and for the two that lost their lives. He's lovable. I just would not, have long conversations with him. Our conversations have to be 10 minutes or less. Otherwise, I might get slightly irritated at the words coming out of his mouth. Oh, is it 30%? I thought he said 20. But 30% is also a failing grade overall. The one who killed Hifumi and Taka. The one who killed two of our friends. The killer is someone right here. I don't know why I hoped that he would say one of us. I just hoped for it. Took one last deep breath and exhaled slowly. I began to walk toward the elevator. Once everyone was aboard, I don't know. I don't know if she would want to get rid of him because she likes looking at him so much. Though I wouldn't be mad at it. Cause he's and thank you. He's a bit much everywhere. Oh, is it boys she likes? I thought it was just boys in general. I'm holding out hope. I really am. But he makes it so hard. And the steel box began to move. It's getting roomier and roomier in here. The clunking of the elevator kept us company as we fell further and further down. There was no going back. Until we settled all this, we couldn't go anywhere. Not sure how long it was before the elevator finally came to a stop. The elevator door slid open, opening up onto a cruel feast. When I see all of you gathered together like this, I realize just how few of you there are left. Your school life is slowly reaching its maximum.
Just the worst.
Only because of you. Yeah, that very much annoyed me. It was plain as day pointed out to him that she literally was about to frame you for murder. And yet you still defend her to this day. I don't understand it. I don't like anybody that much. Why? Why are you making us do such cruel things to each other?
What?
Do you really hate me so much? But I'm so cute.
Come on.
Stop goofing around and begin the trial. Don't rush me. Of course I'm gonna start it. Oh. You know, sometimes my tolerance levels just my tolerance levels go off of first impressions. And Byakuya's first impression was the worst. The absolute worst. I would never be like, stay tuned for the action-packed Clash trial after this commercial break. I never hold out on you like that. Of course. Okay, let's begin. Get to your assigned seats. And so, the curtain opens once again. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. Do we need to say this part every single time? You know, threatened is a strong word. She could have just killed. She didn't have to set somebody else up. She could have just did a clean job at murdering. You know, I'm glad that you have that kind of mentality. Because for me, I be thinking of the characters like they're real people. See, this is why you gotta read your handy dandy ebook. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly class trial. Boom, boom. Yep. Well, that could also be true. But at this point, I'm not even sure. That seems so long ago. How did they think that they would get to leave immediately though? Because I think the rule states that you had to get away with it. Or some version of you had to get away with it. Got it. So yeah. They should have read the handy dandy ebook. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I'm steadies your aim a little. Effective during the non-stop debate and hangman's gambit. You know, I definitely need that with my with my aim. Oh, I don't have enough for you. Oh, I don't care about that. Give me that one, cause we're gonna need it. Hospitality, famous glasses, not too diddling. spot this hammer that got wiped off, locked and then unlocked. Oh yes, with the wheel. Okay, that had nothing to do with that. Yep, Tony's glasses, clean cloth. Celeste's account. Yeah, with the fancy handwriting. The blueprints with the terrible handwriting. The suit that can only fit Hero because he's being set up. Okay, wristwatch for 6 a.m. Okay. Well, god dang it. How do we get back up there? Corner piece. No. Yep. But it was involved in setting Hero up. Okay. Let's see if I can actually hit some things the first go round. Yeah.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, to begin with...
We already know who did it.
Girl.
Was that?
It was Hero. He does not have an alibi for when the murders took place, and we found him in that suit.
If we're being real, technically, neither did you, Celeste. You just claimed that something happened.
Don't try and deny it. You killed them.
That's
I didn't.
wild.
Someone knocked me out. I was asleep the whole time. I don't know anything about it.
Shut your murdering mouth, murderer!
Says the serial killer. She's got some nerve.
Who are you calling a murderer?
You tell her,
I am
Hero.
sorry to say, Hero, but we do have evidence.
Literally. She's murdered how many people? But she has the nerve to call somebody a murderer?
Blueprint for the suit. Parts we assume were used to build it. And all of it was found in your room. You have to admit, the evidence is quite compelling. It points to you as having created the suit and wearing it while committing crime after crime.
How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know. I don't know.
Is Hero really the killer? Or before anything else, we have to make that clear. Ah, shoot.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff. It's not true. It's a conspiracy.
Hero, why? Why did you kill them?
No! Just hold on a second.
I mean, looking at the blueprints, that handwriting is awful messy. If I remember right, Hero's handwriting is.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
I don't know anything about that stuff. It's not
So
true.
this,
It's a
this, this
conspiracy.
steady hand
Hero, why?
No,
does nothing
just
for me,
hold on a
actually.
second.
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts, they are all proof enough that you are the culprit.
This
True, it's Hero, why?
this doesn't steady my hand at all.
Hold on a second.
Like it's
Everything we found in your room. The blueprints, the suit parts,
hit it.
No.
Gosh. Huh.
Are
This
we
is
sure Hero really
It's gonna
made
take a
those
lot longer
blueprints?
than it should because of my aim again. I feel it in my bones.
what do you mean?
Well, take a look at this. It's the note that Hero wrote, asking everyone to meet up after Alter Ego disappeared. The handwriting's obviously different, wouldn't you say? When you compare it to the blueprints.
There's no way you could think the same person made both of them.
Sorry, y'all. Got distracted. Someone's making breakfast in my home.
Unless that person made it a point to disguise their handwriting.
No, the differences are bigger than that, I think.
Come on. I'm not smart enough to think of trying to change my handwriting anyway.
I will give him that.
So Makoto, are you saying you don't think Hero's the culprit?
Is that not what he's been saying for a while?
He's not the only one. I think Hero is innocent as well.
Then who was in that Robo-Justice suit? Is it like Hero said? Was there really someone running around in a second suit?
The suspicious individual hidden within the suit.
Dun dun dun.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell them who it was.
Excuse me? You know, it baffles me that these people honestly believe that Makoto has put something together when they just try to alley-oop for him. Makoto's not getting an alley-oop. He's not. That's what I'm saying, Makoto. That's what I'm saying. And of course, he passes it off to me.
So, who was in the Robo-Justice suit?
You know, I don't know. Okay? I don't know. This is the one that must have been in the suit.
I got it! Other
There's
than
only
Hero,
way.
I can't think of anyone else it could have been.
Like, huh. Everything with Makoto, extremely ineffective.
Obviously, he was the one in that particular suit, and we never found any kind of second suit.
Then there can be no doubt. Hero is the prime suspect.
Didn't Byakuya just...
That doesn't make any sense. You just said Hero didn't do it.
It makes perfect sense. Hero was the suspicious individual in the suit, but he's not the culprit.
So what you're saying is...
That's right. The culprit in this case has nothing to do with being in the Robo-Justice suit.
Bacula, why you couldn't just say that instead of giving this runaround? You just alley-oop to me for what? That's what I would like to know. You alley-oop for what?
What?
Y'all know what I just realized? This will be a trial where there will be no Taka inserting himself and shouting the conclusions after I've already made the notations. You know, I don't expect anything more from Bacula.
Now that's a bold assumption. And what reason do you have to make such a statement? You do have a reason, yes?
You know, Celeste, you ain't talked this much in the entire 30 plus hours that I've been playing this game.
Of course. But before we get to that,
Don't you alley-oop to me again.
there's something else we need to clarify first.
Don't
Let's
you,
get that out of the way.
don't you alley-oop to me.
Hey, stop trying to boss us around!
All things have a proper order.
So, what is it? What needs to be clarified?
We must clarify the method of transportation for Taka's lifeless body. It would seem that his corpse was moved using certain particular items. Makoto, can you tell us what they were?
And he alley-ooped again. You know, there have been times in this game where Byakuya had some good moments. But then there are also those moments where I wish that this was a Dark Anthology game and I can just accidentally miss a skill check. Because that's how he grew up. He grew up feeling superior and thinking that everything should come easily to everybody.
I got it!
Locks, can you please just stay off of my neck? Just stay off of it. There's still one more thing. The things that were used to move Taka's body, they must have been...
I got it! They were a dolly and a tarp, right?
What's with the attitude?
So, let's see if I can explain. Taka's body disappeared from the equipment room, and then we rediscovered it in the repository. And when we found it for the second time, it was wrapped in a blue tarp, right?
Right.
It was the same tarp that, up until then, was stored in the equipment room.
Oh, I don't like the
So
sound
the
of
killer
that.
must have seen it there and decided to use it when they moved Taka's body.
Are there multiple endings?
That way, they wouldn't leave any bloodstains while they were moving it.
Okay, that explains the tarp. And the dolly?
Okay, again. Why is Sakura's skirt so short? Her skirt should not be above mid-thigh. She's too tall for that. You know, the more you say don't worry about it, I'm going to dream about it. I'm going to dream about it. At this point in my life, I'm never going to Google anything because that would make it terrible. But I will dream about it and wonder what in the world. I mean, okay, you're right. I was going to say maybe the teachers at her school, but they probably fear her as well. They're not gonna challenge her.
I'm sure the dolly was in the equipment room when we first found Taka's body there.
I honestly wonder about everybody's school. Because a lot of these uniforms are a little questionable. Oh Lord. Now I'm really gonna dream about it. I'm gonna think about all the
body
possibilities.
disappeared. So did the doll. Later, when Taka's body reappeared in the repository, so did the doll.
In other words, you think they used the dolly to move the body. Am I right?
They definitely did.
But are you sure you are not mistaken?
Yes.
Are you absolutely positive the dolly was in the equipment room when we found Taka's body? That dolly was made specifically for moving large objects between the repository and the art room. It would be very strange indeed to discover it had made its way to the equipment room.
You know, Celeste, I think you doth protest too much. I think you doth protest way too much.
Is it not possible that it was in the repository all along, and you simply didn't realize it?
No.
She's raised an objection. How do you respond?
You know, Byakuya, I'm sick of you and Kyoko. Y'all don't never want to take the lead on this thing. You know, sometimes I could just be y'all's backup. Like, I could just be a sounding board.
There is no shame in being wrong, and nobody expects much from you anyway.
You know what, Celeste? I can't wait for you to slip up, okay?
We have all accepted the fact that you rarely understand what is going on around you.
Now hold on one cotton picking second. We can say that about Makoto. You cannot. You will not break our poor boy's spirits. Oh! Don't you listen to her, Makoto. You've improved, okay? You have improved. Wow, I've never had anyone sound so nice while being so mean. Are you sure? Because you get that from Byakuya a lot. Just throwing that out there. But maybe I can change her mind. I can just explain to them why the dolly must have been moved from the equipment room to the repository. Alright. Why? Why do y'all keep adding elements to the battles? I can barely deal with the bullets as is. Stop giving me extra things to think about. Jesus. Oh, let's talk about reloading. Starting with this next bullet time battle, we're gonna add one more ingredient to the recipe. Of course you are. This couldn't just be a simple sandwich. You keep turning this more and more into a bullet time battle gumbo. I can't remember everything. On the bottom of the screen, underneath the tempo marker, you'll see your ammo count. Up until now, there hasn't really been a limit on how you destroy your opponent's statements. Oh, fantastic. As if I didn't struggle enough. But from now on, just locking on and pressing the Y button won't be enough to handle them. Now, it will cost you one bullet to destroy a single remark. Once you run out of bullets, you can't destroy any more statements, no matter how locked on you are. However, you can reload by pressing the X button. Just like locking on, you'll have to press the X button in time with the tempo marker. Yay, more buttons to remember. Yay. Basically, just remember that the X button now has a function along with the A and Y buttons. Oh, Jesus. You know, I'ma just say it now. Be patient with me, alright? Because I get the feeling this is going to take a moment. Because I already struggled with this. Now I have to. You will automatically reload at the start of fever time and your ammo will not decrease. Oh, but if your action difficulty is set to gentle, you won't have to reload at all. I really wish that I was on gentle right now. Because there's so many things I don't have to remember if it was just on gentle. But I had to go with nice and play on normal mode. I should have just went on easy mode. In which case you can ignore everything I just said I wish that I could. This good luck and have fun irks me every time. Man.
You had it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You had it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you.
Brother!
I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere.
I can't
Do your worst. You
find the
miserable
beat!
You miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. You are a fool. So pathetic. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst. Away with you. You miserable wretch. I cannot agree. You are a fool. Lies will get you nowhere. Do your worst, you miserable wretch. You have it wrong. I cannot agree. I cannot agree.
This should prove it.
You know?
If you're asking for proof that the dolly moved,
I feel
have
like
it
I
right
got through there by the skin of my teeth. If I even did, for real, for real. That was a miracle from up above.
when I found the dolly in the repository, one of the
Lord!
wheels had blood stain on it.
Limiting my bullets there in that instance should be a crime.
There was a pool of blood in the equipment room with a tire mark in it that matched the dolly wheel's tread. The killer probably rolled the dolly through the blood
You know,
on
at
accident
this point,
as they wheeled the body out of the room.
I need the narrator to be one of these students so I can get him.
And as the blood
Or
dried
her.
on the tire, they moved the body into the
Because this
repository.
is ridiculous.
So there's my proof that the dolly was used to move Taka's body.
Does Celeste really hate me that much?
Well, anyway,
You're
that was
poking
just
holes
something we
in
had
her
to get out
alibi,
of the way.
sir.
Let's get back to the main subject.
Yeah, the subject of how Robo Justice didn't do it. Because if it's not a killer robot, then
Very much so. And who would know? Who would know? Does the narrator count? Does he really count? Can you discover the body of the narrator?
what kind of robot is it?
Hina!
I'm not sure that really matters.
'Cause it doesn't.
I'd be happy to explain why the occupant of the suit couldn't possibly be the killer. If you look back on how the body was transported, it will become immediately obvious.
Now look at how the body was moved. It'll be clear why the person in the suit couldn't have done it. What does he mean by that?
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Okay.
Shoot!
Yeah. Alright, come on. Go ahead, take me back. Go ahead, take me back. Come on. Come on. Fast forward.
Is this
Well, duh.
Refuse to give up yet.
Just, I get it. I get it. I lost a lot in the dance battle, alright?
As we know, Taka was killed in the equipment room. And from there, the body was moved to the repository, correct?
Yeah, the culprit wrapped the body in the tarp, then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
I'm
Now,
gonna just hear
keep
what
in
y'all gotta
mind that
say.
the dolly doesn't have a handle.
Well, yeah, but even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
Okay.
Then you could push
There
the
it
dolly
is.
no problem. So the killer just crouched down and carted the body off to...
If you accept, then you must realize that sorry, I don't think I realize anything.
Okay. I know where I need to go. Come on.
As we know,
Taka was killed, and from
Yeah,
there...
give it a
Then loaded it onto the dolly and wheeled it off, right?
Now, keep in mind that the dolly doesn't have a handle.
You know, I'm in position
Well,
over
yeah.
here.
But even without a handle, all you'd have to do is bend over.
Pew, pew.
No, it's wrong. You're absolutely right that you could push a dolly without a handle if you stoop down low.
Ruh-roh.
But if you were wearing that suit, do you think you could actually get into a position like that?
What do you mean?
Think back to what you said when we were all checking out the suit together. Remember?
I'm as blind as a bat in here. Can't see my feet at all. I'm surprised you got anywhere in this thing. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. And not to mention, you totally can't bend at the waist. It's like a pretty obvious oversight.
When you're in that suit, not only can you not see your feet, but you can't even bend at the waist. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It seems like it'd be awfully hard to push that dolly if you couldn't bend over.
Well, what's to stop you from simply pushing the dolly with your feet?
Heifer, how are you going to get it on there?
When you can't even see your feet? You really think someone could kick the dolly all that way?
Yeah, it'd be totally impossible. Not that I can say for sure myself.
On top of that, if you were wearing such a rigid, cumbersome suit, it's very unlikely you would have the dexterity to go about wrapping the body in a tarp.
Well, I mean, isn't that just a matter of taking off the suit when you're ready to move the body?
There's absolutely no chance that the coffin was taken off to move the body.
I got it! I don't think taking off the suit was an option. If you remember...
I don't know what's up with this thing, but I can't actually get it off. A little help? Why would you make something that you can't take off by yourself? I didn't make the stupid friggin' thing. There's a clasp on the back that's keeping you from getting it off. Looks pretty sturdy. I don't think you can get it off on your own. We don't really have a choice. Let's help him.
That's true. It seems impossible to put the suit on or take it off without help.
Then, you really can't take it off by yourself? Hero wasn't just making it up?
Of course I wasn't making it up.
It's crazy that she's still accusing him.
If he could have gotten it off by himself, I don't think he would have let us see him wearing it. showing up in the suit was basically an invitation for everyone to suspect it.
Yeah, that's right!
So, it's really, really true that Robo-Justice couldn't have moved the dolly?
To be clear, whoever did move the body, it couldn't have been Hiro in the robot suit, correct?
Correct.
No, wait. Just a second, if you please. Have you forgotten about the picture that I took? You all got a good look at it, did you not? The image of Hifumi being dragged away by Robo-Justice? If whoever was in that suit is not the culprit, how do you explain that?
Technically, it's a picture of Robo-Justice hugging Hifumi, not actually dragging him away.
Besides, do you remember what the now deceased Hifumi said?
How did you get hurt? That guy hit me. What guy? Robo-Justice. Or that's what I decided to call him just now.
So long as those facts exist, the proper conclusion is beyond question.
Again, I think you doth protest too much,
The individual
Celeste.
inside the suit and the culprit are one and the same. It was Hiro, without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be right.
Really?
Hold on a second!
It's still far too early to reach that conclusion. Besides, there's no hurry to decide who did it. Before we rush to a verdict, shouldn't we explore every single possibility?
Big facts.
Instead of seizing on one viewpoint, the truth is uncovered by analyzing things from every angle.
Perhaps, but where do we go from here?
Let's review this series of unfortunate events from the beginning. Maybe we'll uncover something new.
What a pain in the ass!
I don't disagree, but our lives are on the line. If this is what it takes, we have to do it.
Plus, maybe we'll get to find out where the heck Kyoko was when everything went down.
All right then, let's take another look back at what happened. I suppose we could start with this morning. 4 of us gathered together in the dining hall. Makoto, Hina, Kyoko, and myself. We waited there for quite a while, but nobody else showed up, so we went to look for everyone.
So, these X's on these photos, y'all think they were painted on, drawn on, or does Monokuma have a big old X stamp somewhere that he just shoots with after everybody dies?
That was
Sorry,
around 8
I'll pay
a.m.
attention.
And as soon as we split up, Kyoko went missing.
Soon after that, Hina found Celeste in the rec room and quickly came to get Makoto and me.
I think so too. They're a little too consistent.
It seems I was unconscious for about an hour after I was attacked by my mystery assailant. I know it was an hour because I remember being attacked a little after 7.
How do you know though?
That was when we saw Celeste's picture and discovered that her assailant had been wearing a strange costume. As it turns out, it was Robo-Justice. It also soon became clear that this same Robo-Justice had abducted Hifumi. We were soon joined in our search by Byakuya and Toko, and then went on to find Hifumi in the library. He was injured, so we took him to the nurse's office and resumed our search for the suspect. But not long after leaving the nurse's office...
What's wrong? I saw a shadow. Something moving around at the top of the stairs.
When Celeste told us that, we decided to split up and search the second floor. And soon after that,
I saw someone moving around on the 3rd floor, and I yelled out to everyone as soon as I did.
Do y'all realize that Celeste is the only one that saw the culprit? Celeste, what's wrong? That was a rather intense scream for someone like you. I saw him. This strange costumed man. He ran off as soon as I screamed. I was blocking the stairs, so he headed further down into the hallway and disappeared.
And then...
How is Hero supposed to run in that costume is another question. Huh? What was that? That came from downstairs. It must have been... They fooled me. It's in the nurse's office. This is bad. Come on, we have to go back.
At that point, we decided to divide up into 2 groups. Celeste, Hina, and I went back to the nurse's office, while Sakura, Byakuya, and Toko chased after the suspect. When we got back to the nurse's office, we found Hifumi, dead. And that's when we heard the body discovery announcement. I left Celeste and Hina there and headed back to the 3rd floor to let the others know what had happened.
Meanwhile, we had just discovered Taka's body in the equipment room. We must have found both bodies at almost exactly the same time, because we heard the same announcement not long after we discovered his body.
And that's when I told you guys about Hifumi. Then the 3 of us headed for the nurse's office. But right after we left the physics lab, we ran into Celeste, who'd arrived after us. And she told us something very surprising.
Do y'all see the connections here? It's always Celeste, 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 Celeste.
We rushed back to the nurse's office and saw that she was right.
Then we remembered we'd left Toko passed out in the equipment room, so we hurried back again.
Extremely suspicious. This can't be happening. Are we hallucinating all this or something?
But when we got there, we discovered that now Taka's body had also gone missing. Next thing we knew, we were searching the school for 2 missing dead bodies. And after some time...
Celeste informed us that she'd found the bodies, and we all headed to the repository, which is where we rediscovered the corpses.
I think that about covers it.
I see. The whole thing sounds exceptionally complicated.
Yep.
It certainly seems to me that these are not a simple series of connected events.
Okay, well, if that's true, then what?
Rather than a single series of events, I think we have to consider each murder a separate situation.
Big facts.
And from there, we can uncover the contradictions surrounding all of them. Now then, let's get started, beginning with what happened to Taka.
The contradictions hidden in what happened to Taka. In order to uncover the truth of this case, I have to find them no matter what. You know, y'all be expecting a lot out of me, okay?
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last.
What makes you say that?
Because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3. while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Okay. The Justice Hammers were numbered, but were they really used in that order?
So, regarding Taka's
Got
death,
it.
I wonder if he died before.
Let's see if I can
Hifumi,
actually
or
hit it the
perhaps
first
was
time,
after.
though.
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
Dang
What
it.
makes
It
you
was
say
that one,
that?
wasn't it?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was while Taka's death.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
I wasn't paying
So,
attention.
regarding Taka's, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after.
We already know what order they were killed in.
No? Dang it.
Shoot!
Alright, let's go with the other one.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after.
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
Well,
Shoot!
Makoto,
So, regarding Taka's death,
we gonna get there eventually.
He died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after.
We gonna get
already
there.
know what order
We
they
always
were killed
do.
in. Taka came last
Takes us a few times.
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Is this a memory thing? Oh gosh, is this a memory thing? Oh. Okay.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after.
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after.
We already know what order they were killed in.
Shoot!
Well,
So, regarding Taka's death, I
I'm
wonder if he died
out
before
of
Hifumi,
idea.
or perhaps it was after.
We already know what order they were killed in. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Okay.
So, I wonder if, or perhaps it was. We already know what order they were killed. Taka came last
What makes you say that?
because of the numbering of the Justice Hammers.
It's true that Hifumi was killed with Justice Hammer 3, while Taka's death came from a swing of Justice Hammer 4.
See? So it's obvious Taka came after.
Very, very much so. It throws me off every single time. And 10 minutes can't be long enough. It can't.
So, regarding Taka's death, I wonder if he died before Hifumi, or perhaps it was after?
We already know what order they were keeping.
No, that's wrong.
Oh, Lord.
Hold on. There's no reason to assume that the hammers were used in the same
swear.
order as their numbers.
Everything up until the trial and me having to figure out the bullets is easy street. I have all the information. But trying to get it across in the trial? Man. I'm out here feeling like a deadbeat lawyer.
If anything, that's just another way the killer tried to disguise their actions.
So you're saying the culprit wanted us to think the hammers were used in order, but in reality, Taka was killed before Hifumi? Okay then, let's see the proof.
Bruh. Ugh. Get it! Hello? Thank you. I'm on to your little trickery now. You only want me to hit the red letters.
I got it.
I'm on to your trickery now. Fool me once. Shame on me. No, shame on you. I don't know how the saying goes. Just dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow, just dishonor.
See? Look! It broke with the hands pointing just past 6 o'clock.
It must have gotten broken when he was attacked by the killer, because as of last night,
I ain't reading that again. I will not scream talk my way through that a third time. Okay.
so if it wasn't broken after 6 last night, then he must have been attacked around 6 this morning.
And that would be his official time of death.
But if that's true, then he was killed well before Hifumi.
And before Celeste was attacked this morning, which happened around 7.
That's right. Taka was killed before any of the other incidents took place.
That simple fact slipped past all of us. We made the wrong assumption about the order of events, all because of those justice hammers.
That's exactly why the culprit wrote the numbers on each hammer and had them increase in size. That way, when we saw how they were used in each incident, we'd easily make that wrong assumption.
Now, if Taka was killed around 6, then everyone's alibis for his murder go out the window.
Big fact.
Because when he was killed, we hadn't met up in the dining hall yet.
That may be true in the case of Taka's murder. But all of our alibis still hold true for Hifumi's death.
That's right. With him, at least, we're all safe.
But that was technically the murder, though. That wasn't technically the murder.
When we heard
That
Hifumi
was an
screaming, we
attempt.
were all together. Except for Hiro and Kyoko. Then we all ran down to the nurse's office, and that's where we found his body.
That's totally true. We're all in the clear.
Oh, I know! They must have recorded him screaming on a tape or something, then played it later on!
If that's true, where's the tape?
I don't know.
Don't just go making stuff up.
Anyway, we all have rock-solid alibis for when we heard Hifumi scream. Since all of us were there together, clearly none of us could have killed him.
And it does not stop there. There was also the moment when we discovered his body had disappeared. When his body vanished from the nurse's office, Hina and I were in the bathroom together, while everyone else was in the equipment room, correct? And then there's the disappearance of Taka's body from the equipment room. At that time, we were all gathered together in the nurse's office.
So let's
because of
do too much
Hifumi
talking
going
and
missing.
explaining.
Well, don't forget, I was passed out in the equipment room the whole time.
Wait, then what if Genocide Jill did it? She could have dragged Taka's body out of there right then!
Even if she could pull that off, there's no way she could have done the same with Hifumi's body. Because, as we just established, she was passed out in the equipment room when his body disappeared.
Besides, I didn't do either of them anyway. In other words, it is impossible that any of us could have killed Hifumi or moved either of their bodies. On the other hand, Hiro and Kyoko had disappeared, so they most certainly could have done those things.
I don't like
So what now, Kyoko?
your...
For now, we can't get
Pronunciation
fixated
of
on who did
Kyoko.
it, or we'll just keep going around in circles. So instead of who, I propose we start talking about how.
Big facts.
In particular, I think we need to figure out how Hifumi's body got moved.
Absolutely.
That's true.
That's
We
what y'all
searched
should have
everywhere,
talked about
But we
first.
couldn't figure out how to explain his body disappearing. And according to what Celeste said,
You could not have been gone more than a minute or two. So then the killer was able to get in and move Hifumi's body in that short amount of time. It's what seems so.
his body apparently disappeared in the 1 minute her and Hina took their eyes off of it. But to carry that much weight from the first floor up to the third
You know,
in
this
that
has
short
been
amount of time?
a half an
There's
episode
no way! It'd be
of
impossible!
talking about Hifumi's
Well,
weight.
What if I told you there was a way to make the impossible possible?
What? How?
If the dead body were to move itself.
Am I Kyoko?
Moved on its own?
Is Kyoko me?
Not another...
I've been saying this since
I don't
last
think it has
time.
anything to do with the occult. I think what she's implying is... We thought Hifumi was dead, but perhaps in reality he was still alive.
Haha!
Alive?
Are you saying Hifumi wasn't carried out of the nurse's office, but simply walked out on his own?
Yep.
But I mean, we found his body. He was dead.
Perhaps he was simply playing dead.
That it isn't possible.
The idea that Hifumi was still alive. Is it really possible? Yes! Because how else?
saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible.
How was somebody supposed to
was
see
dead,
that?
without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so
I
sure
got
about
it,
that?
I got it.
Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Yes. Now the question is, which one is it? Is it the announcement or to signal somebody else's body being discovered? Well, guess we're gonna try the body discovery one first.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
Oh wait,
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found. And that is why the announcement was made.
No!
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
No. Okay. Look, I tried, man. I tried.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a
Maybe
chance he was actually
reverse?
still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was
Maybe
dead,
reverse.
without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with Hifumi's dead body had been, and that is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
I'm sure the body discovery announcement was only made once.
Are you saying that when we first found him, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
No, shoot it!
Is why the announcement was made.
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Got told again. That's
Are you saying that when we first found there's a chance he...
No. Hifumi was dead, and you know that. Surely you heard the body of Hifumi's dead, and that is why the...
Are we really so sure about that? Maybe the announcement was intended to signal someone else's discovery.
Are you saying that when we first found Hifumi in the nurse's office, there's a chance he was actually still alive?
No, it is impossible. Hifumi was dead, without a doubt.
And you know that how?
Surely you heard the body discovery announcement along with the rest of us. Hifumi's dead body had been found.
No!
jeez. Ah.
Was the body discovery announcement that was made really intended for Hifumi?
Of course it was. The announcement played right after we discovered his body.
Jeez, Louise.
Maybe. But that was also the same time that Taka's body was found.
That's right. It wasn't long after
I
finding his body that we
swear
heard
these
the
bullets
announcement.
give me heart palpitations.
So there's a good chance we've made a mistake in there somewhere. I think we've confused whether the announcement was for Hifumi or Taka.
First of
because
all,
there was
if
a
two
second
bodies had been
announcement.
found, there really should have been two announcements.
There was one.
Maybe Monokuma simply got lazy and rolled them together into one.
What do you say, Monokuma? Any comment?
Well, it's a very sensitive issue, so I can't go into too much detail. But what I can say about the body discovery announcement is that it's only broadcast when 3 or more people find a dead body for the first time.
That didn't answer our question, man. We're asking if you're a lazy bum.
No, actually, that was plenty. Huh? He said it's only broadcast when a body is discovered for the first time, which means even if we find the same body again later, he won't make the announcement again. If that's true, then why was the announcement made again later on?
Bing bong.
Huh? Later on?
Exactly. We heard the body discovery announcement twice.
You know, at this point, I honestly think that I really should just go out there and become a detective. Because I can gather some information. Also, I'm gonna have to restart soon. Because I'm down to 2 hearts. First time it played was when we found each body in the nurse's office and the equipment room. And the second time was when now that you mention it, the second one came right after when we woke up for the last time, I think.
Shoot!
I got it! We heard it a second time in the repository, when we rediscovered the 2 bodies.
A body has been discovered after a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like. The flash trial will begin.
It didn't seem weird at the time, but it contradicts what Monokuma just told us, doesn't it?
Exactly. If we were actually rediscovering both bodies, the announcement shouldn't have played.
And in reality, when the 2 dead bodies were rediscovered, one of them was actually being discovered for the first time.
So, when we found Hifumi the first time in the nurse's office, he wasn't actually dead yet. Meaning, he wasn't actually found dead until we came upon him in the repository.
And that's just part of it. There's one other thing that leads me to believe he was still alive in the nurse's office.
Oh, I know! Because he was super good at playing dead! Bada bing, bada boom!
Girl, can you just be quiet?
That is the worst logic I have ever heard.
Can
But
you
honestly, I
just
do
sit
not
to the
think
side?
there's anything that can prove he was still alive.
Okay then, let's take another look at the events surrounding the discovery of his body.
Oh.
Then it should become clear whether he was really alive or not.
This whole thing is pointless.
I'm sick of you, Celeste. There has to be proof that shows Hifumi was still alive. I have to find it and show it to everyone. Is it just the cleaning cloth? Okay.
Well, here's one thing we do know. The first time we found Hifumi's body was in the nurse's office. And then, while me and Celeste were in the bathroom, his body disappeared.
And the next time we saw his body, it was in the repository.
But when you compare his body before being moved and his body after being moved, other than the change in how it was positioned, there was no notable difference.
Haha!
In fact, there was one clear difference between Hifumi in the nurse's office and the repository. His glasses. That fact alone proves that he was only playing dead in the beginning.
Dun dun dun!
Perhaps you'd like to fill the rest of us in?
You were with me, Celeste.
When we found Hifumi in the nurse's office, his glasses were covered with blood. But when we found him again later in the repository, they were spotless. And I found the item he used to wipe them clean in the nurse's office trash can. I got it! It was a glasses cleaning cloth featuring a certain cartoon mascot. One look at the bloodstain on the cloth should make things clear. This piece
I
of
mean, it
cloth
didn't
was
make it
used
clear
wipe
to you when
Human's
you
glasses
discovered
clean.
it, but
And the
okay,
mascot on the
let's
cloth
go
was
with
the
that.
same one that's on the digital camera, right? And whose digital camera was it? Hifumi's, of course.
The character was Princess Piggles from Demon Angel Pretty Pudgy Princess, I think.
I highly doubt anyone but Hifumi would have brought something like this to school.
I see your point. And the only people here who wear glasses are...
I wouldn't be caught dead using a tacky piece of garbage like that.
A few tissues is all I need to keep my glasses clean.
And
there's no
I bet your
question.
glasses are
It belonged to
scratched
Hifumi.
up.
So what you're saying is... What exactly?
What I'm saying is, the blood on his glasses was wiped away using his own glasses cleaning cloth.
Even if that is true, it does not mean he wiped the blood off himself.
But who would benefit from a clean pair of glasses other than the glasses owner?
Good night.
That's a good point.
Hope you rest well.
And it must have been him, right?
So let's assume that Hifumi was still alive in the nurse's office. He pretends to be dead. Then when he's alone, he wipes his glasses clean so he can see. Then he stands up and walks out on his own 2 feet.
Because
with that,
no one
the
is
impossible task
lifting
of
that
moving
man.
his copious corpse becomes possible, wouldn't you say?
But then,
You know, they are finding colorful vocabulary to call this man fat.
what was with all that blood?
Like, the vocabulary is...
The fridge in the
Woo!
nurse's office contains packs of blood for emergencies.
You know,
probably used
I'm
one of
okay
those.
without him. Because there's so many
He figured
times
if he was
where
gonna play dead, he should go all out. So he just dumped it
he could have made the
everywhere.
pervy comments. And I'm glad that there wasn't
Crazy when
that.
he had to wipe his glasses off when he was done. God, what an idiot!
And if Hifumi was still alive at that point, the disappearance of Taka's body is easily explained. It should be perfectly obvious who must have moved Taka's corpse.
I got it! It could only have been Hifumi.
While we were all gathered in the nurse's office, he went to the equipment room and took Taka's body.
That also explains how the door to the repository got locked.
Yup.
The door was locked? Well,
This is what I
after the
said
bodies disappeared,
earlier.
we all went looking for them, right? So me and Sakura headed for the repository.
Oh, gosh.
Got there. The door was
There's
locked.
a worse
And
pervert?
the repository door can only be locked from the
Oh
inside.
my gosh.
Which means when Hina and Sakura got to the
Oh
repository,
no.
someone was already inside.
And it could only have been Hifumi, who just finished stashing Taka's body there.
Oh my gosh.
He convinced us all he was dead, and when he saw his chance, he dragged Taka's body to the repository.
Oh my gosh.
So, Hifumi wasn't just another
It's
victim in this
so
case.
much
He
worse.
was one of the assailants.
But that means he took part in the murders.
Of course they're not. Of
Can't believe it.
course.
If you're having trouble, would you like me to
I
show
imagine
you one
him
more
with
piece
this
of
face
evidence?
all the time around boobies.
There's more?
Oh, absolutely. The single biggest fact pointing to his involvement has yet to be revealed. You know what I'm talking about, right, Makoto? The item he took off of Taka's lifeless body?
Y'all gonna stop throwing me the alley-oops. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Golly.
I got it! You're talking about
I'm
the
not
note
surprised
Hifumi
at
had
all.
hidden away, aren't you?
Like that seems very
Hidden note?
typical animated
We found it stuck to
pervert
his pants.
What?
with the smoke coming from his nostrils, his chin
Yes,
scrunched
his
up.
pants.
Okay, well, forget about the pants for now. Take a look at what the note says.
Why would he bring up the pants? No one cares that y'all went into this man's pants. that pants comment was irrelevant.
That's the note I was telling you about. The one that told me where to go.
Not quite.
Wait, this one's a little different. In my note it said, Monokuma can't find out, so don't tell anyone else for now. Let's meet in the rec room at 1 a.m.
I see. Then this note isn't the same one Hiro got.
It's not the same?
Well, duh, Hero.
The killer got in touch with another person besides Hiro. And that person could only have been... I got it!
Not his Fumi's pants.
That's right! Taka! The killer used this note to draw out Taka and murder him.
Hello? Over here! Objection! Objection! I don't really understand what's going on, but Hifumi had that letter, right?
Girl.
So whoever wrote it wasn't drawing out TikTok, they were drawing out Huffy!
Did you just call that man TikTok and
Just to be
Huffy?
clear, TikTok is Taka and Huffy is
Huffy?
Hifumi, right? Ugh, yes! Why must you ruin it every time?
Her nicknames baffle me. Man, Genocide Jack is seriously scary. But still, I can't let her get to me. Hey, Makoto. We don't have enough heart for what I think you're about to do. Oh.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said.
Bro!
What time did it say to me?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
This is a rule for having space. I need to pull up.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't
I
matter! The note has nothing to do with TikTok!
spitting white noise.
Huffy had the note, right? Then the person it was intended for must have been Huffy!
But remember what the note said.
Ugh.
What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter!
We're gonna
The
be
note
here
has nothing
alive.
to do with TikTok!
Okay, no absorbing. I just have to shoot.
what the note said. What time did it say to meet?
6 a.m., I believe.
The time doesn't matter. The note has nothing to do with TikTok.
Jeez.
No, there absolutely is a connection.
What the hell are you talking about?
The note said to meet at 6 a.m., which is the same time Taka was murdered.
How do they expect
already
you to be
proven
able
that
to
using
read
his
the things
wristwatch.
with spinning distractions,
But there's more.
blocking
Look
the
where the note
words?
says to meet. The equipment room, right?
Which is where Taka was killed. I see.
So, Taka was murdered at both the time and place written in the note. I think that should be plenty to show that this note was definitely meant for Taka.
Well, when you put it like that. No further objections.
Girl.
Someone used that note to trick Taka, just the same as me. The culprit really is a cold-blooded monster, telling people they found a way out.
But if they gave the note to Taka, what was Hifumi doing with it? Stuffed down his pants, no less.
Girl.
Most likely.
Why are you
Hifumi stole
focusing
it
on
off Taka's
that?
corpse after he died.
Huh? He stole it?
Where's your proof? Go ahead, show us.
Literally.
I got it! When I searched Taka's body, I saw
I
that his lifeless
swear
hand
her
was
mind
gripping
is
a small scrap of
constantly
paper.
in the clouds and in the gutter.
If I'm right about this, the sheet of paper this piece came from is... I knew it! It fits perfectly with the note we found hidden on Hifumi.
Then Taka's scrap.
So
And Hifumi's
nobody
note.
wanted to test that theory
From the same piece of paper.
earlier?
Hifumi had the note meant for Taka, while Taka's corpse still grasped a small piece of that note. There's only one way to explain it.
Taka died clutching the note. Hifumi tried to free the note from its death grip, leaving behind only one small scrap. Did I get all that right?
That means Hifumi knew the note was important.
Exactly. Which proves that he was an accomplice in the murder.
Whoa. Yeah. After seeing all this, Hifumi was super involved in this whole thing for sure. In fact, he was behind the whole thing. In fact, he's still alive.
Sorry, no.
What?
When we found him in the repository,
What?
Hifumi was truly and completely dead. The second body discovery announcement proves that.
So then, who killed Hifumi?
Whoever did is the mastermind.
I
The true
completely
killer.
understand how
He was
he's
killed in the repository.
a
So
full-grown
he
adult
must have been
still
killed
in high
not long
school.
after transporting Taka's body.
I
So
fully,
he must
I
have been
get it.
killed after Taka's body vanished, but before we found both bodies in the repository.
like
During
I
that
said,
time,
he's
we'd all split
lovable.
up and were searching for Taka's missing body.
I just can't be with him for
In
longer
other words, during that time,
than
none of us have
10
alibis.
minutes. 20 minutes max.
Wait, but me and Sakura were together. Stop trying to steal the spotlight, you stupid walrus.
Well,
Who are you calling a walrus?
Anyway, when they were killed bothers me too. But there's something that's been bothering me even more.
And what
What,
might that
hero?
The weapon they used to kill Hifumi.
The weapon?
Yeah, because I mean, according to the Monokuma file, the way Taka and Hifumi were killed was almost the same, with them having similar fractures and all. But Justice Hammer 3 and 4 were still laying around in the nurse's office and equipment room, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if Hifumi was killed in the repository, the culprit would have had to grab one of the hammers, kill Ifumi, then put the hammer back where they found it. But wouldn't that be seriously risky for him?
I'm surprised. It seems there's some semblance of
You
a
know,
brain knocking around that skull
his
of
little
yours after all.
20-30% comes in
Hell yeah!
at
it's
the
packed
most
in there good and
random moments and
He's right, though.
immediately leaves
I don't understand it either.
right after his
The
thought is
Monokuma
finished.
file makes it clear that they were killed using similar instruments. But if the hammers were already laying around those other rooms...
So the question is, how could the culprit have gotten their hands on either of the hammers? Personally, I haven't a clue.
Oh, I'm
So
sure
which
you
hammer
don't.
was used to attack Celeste? Number 1 or number 2?
Those were accounted for in other rooms too. And I don't think either one is big enough to kill someone.
Then,
Is it not possible they used a different weapon?
Miraculously,
I don't think it is possible.
when it
They
decides
were
to
both killed
show
with the
up.
same kind of thing, right?
So then, what was used to kill Hifumi?
I know what it is. Don't make me do this again. Y'all couldn't just
What
let me
was used
click.
to kill Hifumi? Was
Y'all
it
couldn't
Justice
just
Hammer 3?
let me click the
Maybe
name.
Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever it was, there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
sounds like a Justice Hammer 5 is about to make its appearance! Check out murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Wow.
They seems pretty clear. The murder weapon had to be one of the Justice Hammers. And, that's about it.
Okay, so is it the Justice Hammers? Or, yeah. I wouldn't dare. I feel like it might be like some dark web weapons market. I don't need that kind of attention in my life. So if the weapons used to kill both of them were actually similar.
What was used to kill Hifumi? Was it Justice Hammer 3?
Oh God.
Maybe Justice Hammer 4?
Well, whatever
It just
was,
wants to be clicked on.
there's one thing we have to figure out. How was the culprit able to move around so freely with the weapon? How did nobody witness them carrying it?
That makes sense.
Sounds like a Justice
Because
Hammer
that
5
was
is
a
about to make its
very
appearance!
specific
Check out
website.
murdergear.com/hammertime for more info!
Well, one thing
That
seems
was a
pretty clear.
shameless plug, if
The murder
anything.
weapon had to be one of the Justice.
No, that's wrong. The murder weapon wasn't a Justice Hammer at all. No, it was something completely different.
But, seriously? A
You know,
different
I
weapon?
would have expected it to be
Specifically,
like
a
some
hammer from the
merch for the
repository.
game.
The killer could have easily used that to
Like,
kill Hifumi.
I would have enjoyed a little
Now, all the
rubber
hammers in the
Justice Hammer.
repository were covered in flecks
Heck,
of
a
grit
little
and debris.
plushy Justice
For
Hammer
some reason,
would have
one
also
of them
been
had been
nice.
scrubbed clean.
I
And
would
the
have gotten
reason it had
all
been
the little
scrubbed clean
Justice Hammers.
was most likely because it was used to commit murder. If the hammer got covered in Hifumi's blood, of course they would have to clean it off. I'd also like to point out that the repository has all kinds of hammers. Big ones, small ones, and even some flat mallet-like ones. I think whoever made the Justice Hammers used those as a basis for their design.
If that's true, that would explain the Monokuma file's note about the wounds being similar.
So Hifumi moved Taka's body to the repository, where someone then used the hammer to kill him.
Whoever did that is the true killer. The one Hifumi was working with. And the one who betrayed him.
Hold on a moment. I still think it's strange to assume someone was working together with him. The way the graduation
From
rule
where?
works, there is no benefit to helping someone
I
else carry out
kind
a
of
murder.
want the details.
So the idea that anyone would work together like that is simply ludicrous. We talked about this, did we not?
We talk about there wouldn't be any reason for anyone to work together. At least that's what we thought at first, but that's good to know.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who
Absolutely.
actually carried out the act
I
can
very much
graduate
enjoy
and
cosplaying.
survive. Assuming the rule holds true,
And
it is
if
simply
I can
impossible
find
that two
a
people work
costume,
together on this.
That is how the rule was
I
explained
would
to us.
definitely
But
do
that
it.
only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act
Me and
can
these bullets are
graduate
gonna
and
fight.
survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on
Bullets
this.
are gonna fight.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
No! I knew I should have just slowed it down.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us,
It should have
even
just
if more
slowed
than
it
one
down.
person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act
Press the
can
wrong
graduate
button.
and survive. Assuming the rule holds true, it is simply impossible that two people work together on this.
Let me get my finger on the
That is how
trigger
the
now.
rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
You Justy Heifer.
Based on the rules that have been
You
laid
know
out
what?
for us,
I got it.
even if more than one person is
I
complicit in the murder,
Got it.
only the one who actually
Clearly,
carried out the act
you don't want
can
me to
graduate
hold
and
multiple
survive.
buttons down at
Assuming
once.
the rule holds true,
So I got it.
it is impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
No!
Shoot!
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is
Well,
complicit in the murder,
That was my
only
only
the one
idea.
who
I've
actually
gotten
carried
nothing.
out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule
Could it
holds
possibly
true,
be
it is
the
simply
reverse?
impossible that two people work together on this.
That is how the rule was explained to us.
But that only really applies if there's one murder, right? In this case, however, there were two murders.
Based on the rules that have been laid out for us, even if more than one person is complicit in the murder, only the one who actually carried out the act can graduate and survive. Assuming the rule holds true,
No, it's wrong. Since there were 2 murders, it's at least plausible
Can't
that
ever
more
just
than
let
one
me have
person
it the
was
first
involved.
time.
What do you mean?
If there'd only been one murder, then yes, the idea of an accomplice isn't really worth considering. Naturally, if only one person can be saved per murder, an accomplice has no risk versus reward benefit.
Risk versus reward benefit?
The payoff for working together. The reward that balances out the risk of taking part in a scheme. There's no point in being someone's accomplice if there's no benefit to you. However, if there were some potential mutual reward for the risk, then cooperation becomes possible.
You're saying that 2 people could act as each other's accomplices to commit 2 separate murders.
I think that's what the true killer told Hifumi. They would each have an accomplice for their crime. And based on the case's events, Hifumi would have been the first one to act, murdering Taka. They made him carry out the first murder so he couldn't back out of helping them later on.
So in this case, there wasn't one single person committing multiple murders. Instead, each person killed someone,
You know,
creating 2 separate incidents. And it only looked
I'm
like one person because that's how the true
good
killer
at
designed it to look.
deducing all
A
of
single
this
suspicious
information
individual, a similar weapon used in
with
each
Makoto's
crime,
knowledge.
disappearing bodies. By creating one seamless set of circumstances,
Now, if
they
only
made
they
it
would
look
make
like
it
one
easier
person was behind it all.
to get that across.
The mastermind picked their target and managed to convince him to go along with their plan. And then, to avoid the no accomplices rule, they simply killed their accomplice. Which, if true, means that betraying Hifumi was part of the plan from the very beginning.
That's just awful. How
You
could
know,
anyone
life
be
would be
so
easier
cruel?
if there was
So,
only
can't help but admire
truth
its
bullets
cunning.
to deal with,
Still, their choice of
and
accomplice
not
seems
memories, reloads, multiple bullets. The effort made to convince us the 2 murders were the same. That was the main characteristic this time. Kyoko must have noticed that fact from the very beginning, which is why she said not to look at this as a series of connected events, but entirely separate incidences. See, I have all the details. It's just trying to figure out how the game wants me to relay said details. Yeah. This man. I just give me a crossword puzzle or something. Give me all hangmans. Just give me something easier. Can I have a multiple choice exam? Kyoko is really amazing. Although, when you think about it, she's almost too amazing. Like, it's almost unnatural how good she is at this. Because she's the ultimate detective. She's real life, but not real life Sherlock Holmes.
I understand how an accomplice could be involved, but then who was the one pulling Hifumi's strings?
That's problem numero uno right now.
The true killer manipulated Hifumi to carry out a number of actions and in the end, murdered him. In the debates up till now, the way the case has unfolded, when you consider all that, there's really only one person who seems to fit. Is it finally time? Yeah. Get me over there. Get me over there.
Here's my answer. was Celeste.
Ah, so I'm the suspicious individual now, am I?
Yepper do. You know, it could only possibly be the main one who showed up at every turn and started us on this wild goose chase in the first place.
I really do hate this kind of joke.
A joke? I wonder.
So what you are saying then is that I specifically chose to work together with Hifumi. The idea that I would choose to spend any amount of time interacting with him.
But you did choose to spend time with him when you basically manipulated his feelings into, you know, making him think of you like his little Princess Pickles, and you got him to serve you. You started with that beverage concoction. I can see that. Pre-investigation this go round, it was it was not all that fun this time.
That I would go within 10 feet of that shit brains, that lazy, worthless goddamn idiot!
But I guess that's the only way that you'll be able to get a hint at who the next victims are. Because I could definitely tell that Fumi and Taka were going to be the next ones. They had way too much storyline. Whenever you get too much in detail, you're next. That's just how it goes so far.
Pardonnez-moi.
Just to be clear,
Nah.
there is evidence to support it.
Go back to your little fake French accent now.
Throughout the investigation, there was certain behavior that was common only to the two of you. Considering what we've learned so far, it only further proves that the two of you were working together.
Does it? What is it that only Hifumi and Celeste had in common?
I got it! The behavior they had in common has to do with the suspicious individual in the suit, doesn't it? The only ones who ever actually saw Robo Justice firsthand were Celeste and Hifumi.
Shush.
The adults are talking now.
Sorry.
As he said, only Celeste and Hifumi ever laid eyes on the costumed individual. If we accept that Hifumi was one of the culprits, we can't help but suspect what Celeste has said as well.
Are you saying everything they told us was a lie?
After taking
Okay,
Hifumi to the nurse's office,
I have
we
a
all
question.
began our search for this individual, correct?
Does Byakuya
And not too long
make
after
it
that,
out of
do you
this
remember
game
what
alive?
Celeste said?
You don't have to give me any other details. Just a simple yes or no.
We headed to the second floor specifically because of what she claimed to have seen. Next, to draw us all to the physics lab up on the third floor,
She let out a blood-curdling scream.
and when we'd all come to see what was wrong,
I
what
just
was
need
it
a
she
simple
said?
yes or no. I would like something to look forward to eventually. Or be disappointed in. But maybe not so disappointed because his character is supposed to have improved. So maybe I'll be glad if he doesn't.
Once she'd done her job of getting us all up to the
I
physics
just
lab,
need to know what emotion I should be looking
it was
forward
time for
to
her partner to get
in
to work.
regards to Bacula. Cause that was disrespectful. That was real disrespectful. Especially given that we are around the same age.
It was to get us to divide into two groups. So that we would discover both bodies at the same time?
In fact, Celeste was precisely the one who proposed that we split up.
So basically, his character building moments are only the sprinkle of nice, helpful moments that we get in between the pretentiousness.
Well, if
I'm a
Celeste
little
and
sad if that's
Hifumi
the
were working
case.
together, all those chance events suddenly become connected.
Oh.
And on top of that,
So
that
it's like he
piercing
hits
cry of
rock
yours early
bottom,
on.
and there's only one way to go from there. Great!
That was to signal Hifumi, wasn't it?
Something to look
It was your way of
forward
telling him,
to.
we're on the 3rd floor. Everything's going according to plan. Why else would you let out a scream that could
If
have carried
even
across the
you
suit?
did, then oh Lord, I'm gonna get a headache.
I just realized another strange thing.
I'm gonna get a headache from his
When we found
tomfoolery.
Hifumi in the nurse's office, who we now know was only pretending to be dead,
Great. Great.
Celeste, you were the first one to say he'd been murdered. You wanted to make sure we wouldn't have any doubt in our minds.
I don't believe it. Everything, the whole thing was one big act.
Hina, you were with Celeste when Hifumi's body disappeared, right?
Yeah. I was feeling kind of sick, so Celeste took me to the bathroom.
Well,
Then that was...
you turned
She
out
wasn't
to be
worried
right
about you.
about chapter
She
3.
just saw a chance to help Hifumi sneak out of the
So
nurse's office.
I'm gonna
Each piece isn't much by
I'm
itself,
gonna trust
but
your
start
judgment.
putting them together and the picture gets very ugly indeed.
I'm gonna trust your judgment.
Wouldn't you agree, Celeste?
I have no idea what you
Ooh.
mean.
Don't bother trying to
I'm-
deny it.
I'm gonna trust the process.
You made one fatal
I'm
mistake.
going to trust the process.
I didn't even catch it myself when you first said it, but looking back, I can say that that one little slip-up was your undoing.
Would you like to clue in the class?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about what you said after Hifumi's body disappeared and we returned to the nurse's office.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around frightened and confused. We're all going to die here.
I remember her saying that too, but I don't understand what's so strange about it.
Then pay attention. Sakura, Toko, and I were first to discover Taka's body in the equipment room. Then Makoto showed up and told us Hifumi had been killed, so Sakura and I left with Makoto. Once we were in the hall, we ran into Celeste, and the four of us headed to the nurse's office. Now, the entire time we were together, none of us said anything about Taka being dead.
Bing bong.
Think about it. Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. It was completely out of place.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Although I don't really get what it means.
No one's
You
surprised
hear
about that, hero.
Celeste? Everyone's having some trouble understanding. Could you repeat what you said? If you're really not the culprit, you shouldn't have any problem repeating it, right?
The author said that Celeste's comment doesn't make sense. But what is he alluding to? I feel like I could have just hit a statement.
said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
No? Okay. Alright, alright. I got it. Move on. Move on.
All I said was, they must really enjoy the sight of us.
We are going to die, just like those guys died. And that is all I said.
It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's comment?
If she said that, she should have only known about Ruby's death. With that in mind, what's so strange about what she said is...
All I said was, they must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like those guys died.
Well... I don't know what you want from me at this point.
All I said was...
I don't know what goes where.
They must really be enjoying this. Enjoying the sight of us standing around, frightened and confused. They must be positively elated. We are all going to die here.
I hit this.
We are going
I
to
thought
die,
I did.
just like those guys died.
And it said,
And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes to finish this. It's obvious, isn't it, what was so strange about Celeste's
Because I hit this and it said no. Am I supposed to absorb both of them? Because I absorbed those guys and I shot at So Strange. And it bounced off saying, Am I supposed to do So Strange and then hit those guys? Am I supposed to reverse it?
All I said was, they must really enjoy the sight of us. We are going to die.
And that is all I said.
And that's all it takes. What was so strange about Celeste's comment?
All I said was, they must really enjoy the sight of us.
We are all going to die here. We are going to die, just like...
There we go.
That's right. There's no reason Celeste should have
Because
said,
of course this
just
game
like
can't
those
ever just
guys
let me be
died.
great the first time. I feel like that could also have worked.
When she said that, none of us had told her Taka was dead.
Exactly.
Oh,
We
you're
didn't
quiet
run into
now,
her until
Celeste.
after we were all out in the hall. So there was never any chance for her to have seen his body in the equipment room for herself.
So how did you know, Celeste? How did you know more than one person had been killed? And how did you know they were both guys? Because Kyoko had also disappeared, right? So she could have been dead too.
Dun dun dun.
You all have such vivid imaginations. You know that?
Girl.
Imaginations.
You claim that I was lying when I told you about the suspicious person I saw. Then what about the picture I took? How do you explain this picture of the costumed villain dragging Hifumi away?
It has to be some kind of setup, right? So let's put the suit on, and then she used the camera's timer to set up the picture.
Have you so quickly forgotten? You are the only one who could have possibly fit into that suit. Plus, I happen to know that this particular camera does not have a timer.
Oh.
In other words, it is an unassailable fact that this is a picture of Hifumi being dragged away.
What's it though?
If everything I told you was a lie, how can this picture exist?
Simple. Are we sure that's really a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away?
I'm
What
saying.
could you possibly mean by that?
Surely there are other explanations than the one you've offered up.
Hello.
No, there is no other explanation.
Other explanation. If it wasn't a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away, the only other possibility is
I got it! It's not a picture of the suspect dragging Hifumi away. I would say it's a picture of Hifumi dragging the suspect away.
That's certainly within the realm of possibility.
come on.
The one being dragged
Let's
off in
wrap
that
this
picture
thing
isn't
up.
Hifumi, but the person in the robot suit. We've simply been led to believe that it's the other way around. And the strange costume might only exist to lead us astray even farther. If you saw someone wearing something like that in this situation, of course you'd notice and be suspicious.
That's what happened! You put me to sleep and made me out to be the bad guy in all this!
Hero, it took you a little while to catch up, didn't you?
Such a thing is utterly impossible. Hifumi was dragging him away? Ridiculous.
Is it? I don't think it's ridiculous at all.
Then shut your mouth and allow me to educate you.
Oh! Let's see if she can prove there's no way Hifumi was dragging the suspect away. But is that really possible?
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out! Then you just draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight like that.
Then the fortune-telling idiot is the culprit after all!
No way!
Remember, like, he said that she could have been at the waist. Yes, yes, I know.
You dressed me up in that suit after I passed out!
You're trying to
Then you
get
just
there.
draped me across Hifumi and had him carry my weight! You tried to make me look like the bad guy!
Like I said, ridiculous. As you can see in the picture, the suspect is standing perfectly upright. If the person inside the suit was unconscious, there's no way they could stand up straight.
Aha! Celeste really
No.
think that she can
Even
BS
if
her
the
way
person
out of this.
inside the suit were unconscious, they could still
Just
stand
because
up
she got a
like
good
that.
poker face and is good at lying.
Because that Robo Justice suit had a certain characteristic.
That's right! They totally made a mistake when they made it, so it couldn't bend at the waist.
I'm not so sure that was a mistake. I think the suit was designed from the beginning to be used the way it was.
Nah,
Celeste and Hifumi
she was
took the
doing
suit they'd specially
way
designed
too
and
much
stuffed Hero into
overacting
it.
in this chapter.
That's how they were able to fake that whole thing.
If she wanted to get away with it,
The point of it all was
she
to make
should
us
have been
believe
her
whoever was in
normal,
the suit
quiet
was to blame.
self. She talked way too much.
Well then, I suppose this is checkmate.
Checkmate?
Don't make me laugh, you idiot! What do you mean, checkmate?
Okay.
Celeste?
Clearly, you want to cram me into your little guilty box. Well, there's one little problem.
Have you already forgotten what Hifumi told us as he lay dying?
Oh, she's caught between the two accents, huh? She went from American to French all in one statement. That's wow.
When we asked him who had attacked him, his answer was quite clear, was it not? He said, and I quote, Yasuhiro.
In other words, Yasuhiro Hagakure!
Wait, but my name isn't really Yasuhiro. It's actually Taro.
Your confusing statements don't make any sense. You're only
Bruh.
making things more complicated.
He did say Yasuhiro, but are we sure he was really pointing the finger at Hiro?
What the hell are you talking about? I'll burn you alive!
Kyoko,
Okay.
what do you mean by that?
Think back to how Hifumi used to talk to us. How did he refer to each of us?
I got it! That's right! Our last names! He called us all by our last names!
Exactly. I know I heard him say Mr. Nayagi more than once, for example. So if Hifumi did mean to say Hiro's name, he would have said his last name, Hagakure.
I'm sure it was just incidental. By chance, his first name. Indecent?
Don't talk.
Random chance. Now isn't that a convenient explanation? No.
Ain't it
There's
always?
no reason to think he would have said the name any different than normal. But he must have run out of energy before he could say any more.
I mean,
So Hifumi was trying to
his
tell us
brain
the
was
last name of whoever
smashed
killed
in.
him?
But the name he said doesn't apply to anyone here.
Does anyone
No.
know
Hold on.
Celeste last
There's
name?
one person it could apply to, and that's Celeste. She never actually told us what her real name is.
What did you just say? To think you'd take your false accusation so far, I don't know whether to laugh or spit! Come on! Enough with your idiotic blather! Yasuhiro is a loser's name! Do I look like a loser to you? Well, do I? What?
A little bit.
I think I've earned the right to be a little on edge.
Okay, then fill us in.
No
What's
one
your real
responded to her, did they? Is she conversing with herself?
Are wide open and listen up! My real name is Celestia Ludenberg. Could you please stop making me repeat myself over and over again?
Celeste still won't give up. So then, I have to do something to make her accept it. Man. Brother.
Hifumi was trying to tell us something. He wanted us to know the killer's last name, Yasuhiro.
If there's one person here who might have that last name,
It would have to be you, Celeste. You haven't told anyone what your real name is.
how many times do I have to tell you?
name is Celestial Ludenberg. God damn it!
How long do you plan to go on
Why gotta be
pretending?
upside down though?
I'm not pretending. It's the truth. And since you have no way to contradict me,
No, that's wrong.
Won't about to catch me slipping. I was gonna get right in there in the corner.
That's it.
I'm just gonna
The handbook.
tiptoe my way in.
what?
Anytime you turn your handbook on, it shows the owner's name when it boots up, right? Monokuma told us all about it before.
Uh-huh. This handbook is absolutely vital to a healthy school life, so don't lose it. When you start it up, it will display your name. Always make sure you have the right one. Now, this is not your everyday notebook. There's so many more uses than that.
So all we have to do is check our handbook, and that'll clear up everything. That's how we can find out Celeste's real name.
That's an invasion of privacy. I refuse to cooperate.
Celeste, can you please just tell us what really happened? Please, just tell us.
Even when I'm put in check, it's just my nature not to give up.
Brother.
Because
Y'all really love repetition,
when the
don't
game's
you?
over, you never know what might happen.
Fine then. Let me
Alright.
settle it. Let me go over the case again, from
Man.
the beginning, and shed light on all your crimes.
I think right under the tempo game,
And that'll bring everything to an end.
I hate this scene recreation part. I can't ever see what the little pictures are for real. Okay. What? Oh, that's good to know. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, found them both. That's crazy that he did a little dance with it. nurse. I've got nothing. Okay? I've got nothing. Oof. Oh, god dang it. Ah! Hi. What could possibly go there? He has 4. What? We're gonna find out.
Here's exactly what happened.
I hate this.
The killer persuaded someone to help carry out the murder. And that person was...
I hate this so much. With a fiery passion.
Hifumi. With an accomplice, the killer was able to execute a number of otherwise impossible schemes. First, they convinced someone to meet them in the rec room last night at 1 in the morning. That someone they met with was Hiro. The murderous duo intended to pass Hiro off as the prime suspect. So when they met up with him, they drugged him, knocked him out, and stuffed him into the Robo-Justice suit.
What are the chances that I get this on the first
Hifumi
try for
positioned
once?
himself to make it look like Robo-Justice was attacking him, while the killer used a digital camera to take pictures of the assault. They did all this just to create evidence that would put the suspicion on Hiro. When they were done with him, they shoved him, still unconscious, into the pool room locker.
I personally would like to know how
at
big
6
that
a.m.,
locker was.
They moved into the murder phase of their plan. They called Taka to the equipment room. That's where Hifumi killed him, making it the scene of
What
the first
would be
murder.
the need of an extremely large locker in the
The murder
pool
weapon
area?
was Justice Hammer 4, which was left there in the equipment room. The reason hammer number 4 was used was to create confusion about the order of the crimes.
I think Monokuma just put it in there specifically,
So,
just in
next
case
they falsified 2 more
someone
assault
needs to hide a
incidents.
body.
For these attacks, the killers pretended to be the victims to solidify Robo Justice as the suspect. The first fake incident was the attack in the rec room. There, the killers wanted us to see Justice Hammer 1 and the Robo Justice pictures they'd taken. They wanted to make sure we bought the surprise attack story. The second fake incident was the attack in the library. This time, they planted Justice Hammer 2 and an injured Hifumi to sell us that story. With these 2 incidents, the killers were able to create a certain preconception in our minds that the suspect was increasing the size of the hammers and attacking people in order as they did. We fell right into their trap and started looking for the suspect based on that. But while we did that, we left Hifumi alone in the nurse's office. This was exactly what Hifumi was hoping for. He took a blood packet from the refrigerator and Justice Hammer 3 and turned the room into a crime scene in which he himself had apparently been brutally murdered.
It really is the super spin that gets me every time.
He let out a scream to draw us back, and when we returned,
Because there was no
that's what
reason
we
for you to
found.
be spinning like that.
Meanwhile, the other group that had been out searching found Taka's body at the same time. So when we heard the body discovery announcement, we naturally assumed it was for Hifumi. We left the nurse's office, and Hifumi once again took advantage of the situation. He simply got up and made his escape. When we learned his body had disappeared, we all rushed back to the nurse's office. And once again, Hifumi had the chance he was waiting for. This time, he snuck into the equipment room. He wrapped Taka's body in a tarp and used the dolly to move
Okay,
it all
but
the
for
way
real,
down
how
to the
out of
repository.
shape is Fumi?
That explains
'Cause
how
I don't
each of the
feel
bodies
like it
disappeared.
should take that much effort to roll somebody on a dolly.
But even Hifumi didn't know what the true killer
Not
had
the
in mind for
victory
their final
dance.
act. Their plan all along was to kill Hifumi and get rid of the one person who could betray them.
Literally.
And they did it using
Doesn't he
an
know that you
ordinary,
never do
everyday
that
hammer from the
until
repository.
you actually get away with stuff?
That should cover everything that happened in this case. And the villain behind it all is...
Clearly, he learned nothing from his 2D animations. You never celebrate too early.
Celeste! Sorry, you lose.
Then he should not be that winded.
I lost?
Pushing
I
Taka.
lost? When was the last time I was forced to utter such words? They hang heavy around my neck.
Then you admit it? You're the killer?
Listen to you, trying to take charge, as if you're my private instructor. I, Celestia Ludenberg. Actually, no, Taiko Yasuhiro is fine.
Diego?
So, you finally accepted it.
Girl,
I'm the kind of person, once I've lost, I don't like things to drag on.
Interesting.
Just drop the whole fake accent, eh? Out here sounding like Velma. I'm convinced I'm not gonna get anything other than an A. There will not be any supers for me.
Okay, Monokuma. I'm ready to begin.
I'll
No. I
You
suppose
know.
this is the end, isn't it?
Thank you.
It
You know,
is
it's the
indeed
first
the
time
moment
for
we've all been
everything
waiting for. Time
to not
vote.
have to go back.
Okay. If you would, please locate your lever and cast your vote. And when the votes are tallied, who will become the Blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Sir. Why are the dead people still an option in the wheel? It's basically a formality at this point, but once again, you're right. The Blackened this time, the true killer who devised the whole stinking scheme was Celestia Ludenberg, or more precisely, Teiko Yasuhiro.
Honestly.
I lost, but that sucks. I guess trying to work with someone else was a mistake after all. Nah, the living are still in color. I just thought that knowing who Monokuma is, I figured that he would have just had new wheels each time. But no, he's as lazy as expected, and just took the color out of them to differentiate. Hifumi's ineptitude was beyond all my calculations.
I knew it.
So you really did approach Hifumi with this plan. But how did you get him to agree? I can't imagine he would happily agree to murder. Because she probably brought up alter ego. And sure, she relied on her specialty, lying. My specialty? Don't make me laugh. I didn't have to lie to get him to agree.
So then,
And did you use, you know... I know you'd figure it out, Kyoko. You're absolutely right. To get Hifumi to act as my accomplice, I used her. For everyone who's still left, I'll avoid mentioning it by name, but it was the one thing Hifumi and Taka were both super into. Does she mean? Makoto, you know what she means! Is she talking about alter ego?
Say what?
What? What are you talking about?
just a second.
Don't interrupt. We're in the middle of a very important conversation here. I'm totally out of the loop as usual. How sad.
In other words,
Then you're the one who stole it.
Indeed.
That's right.
I see.
And you used it to drag Hifumi into the plan you come up with. Right again. Last night, after we had our meeting about how it disappeared, I paid Hifumi a little visit. What are you doing here?
Actually,
I was hoping I could talk to you. Alone. It is about what was stolen. I know who did it.
What?
Are you okay with this?
It was Taka. He stole it. You know, I really thought that I got away from his screams in my ear, but clearly I was wrong.
So then,
And I have proof. Would you like to see it? As it turned out, I'd found the use for the digital camera. I'd taken you know what to Taka's room earlier and took pictures of it there. Ah, alas, it will. Ah. And I bet he'd never even considered that he would be betrayed. In this kind of situation, no less. I deleted the picture as soon as I'd shown it to Hifumi, of course.
Damnation!
So it was him. But how did he do it? She was supposed to yell if either of us got close to her. You are correct. Which is why Taka forced me to steal it.
Say what?
as for me,
Please forgive me. He threatened me.
Oh,
He did?
as for me,
You know, it's at this moment that he effed up. Because even as Takamondo, he ain't finna be breaking no rules. He's still a goody through and through. See, Fumi could have still been alive had he thought just a little bit rationally. He came to my room last night unannounced, and then it's hard for me to even say exactly. And to say that he came by after everybody went to bed, really? The same man who got upset because people were late and it was almost bedtime? Ain't no way. He abused me.
what?
And he took pictures. He said if I did not do as he asked, he would show them to everyone. So I had no choice.
Damnation!
That's a crime. An absolute crime. I knew he'd gone a little crazy, but
Say what?
I never imagined he would go that far. It was amazing how completely he bought it. I can't express how enjoyable that was. I'm about to say something I've never said before in my life.
Completely unforgivable.
I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him.
most unfortunate.
Did he really have to push it out like that? He could have just not said it. Absolutely. Especially in this environment. Everybody's already stir crazy. And then to lie like that? Come on now. It's absolutely unforgivable in the real outside world. But to do that in the enclosed space? Seriously? Wait, please. If you go now, you'll be playing right into his hands.
Actually,
Taka is planning to use her to escape. And he has made you his target.
What?
Escape? You don't mean Taka is going to try to kill you.
Indeed.
And also he can keep her to himself.
This is
Bastard.
completely unforgivable.
Honestly.
Can we allow him to continue with these barbaric acts? Absolutely not. How could I? She...
I swear, I will.
I
save
have to
her!
save her!
Actually,
Dean, would you like to join with me? It just so happens I've come up with a plan.
Huh?
I have devised a plan to reclaim what he has stolen and escape this dreadful school. And with that, it is complete.
Hmm?
Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, nothing. Hifumi agreed without a second thought. The effect that Ivan had on him was remarkable. The power of love, even a love as twisted as that, can still drive people mad, it seems. You disgust me.
I see.
I have another question for you. Was that strange costume Hifumi's creation?
indeed.
Yeah, it was a real pain in the butt too. All I asked him to do was make something to hide the face and general body size. I had no idea he'd make something like that. But it's my fault for picking him in the first place.
But
So, why'd you decide to make me the suspect? Because you're stupid. That's it?
Let's see.
And in that regard, I made the right choice. I'm so glad your stupidity surpassed my every expectation. Life must have been tough on your parents, though. I feel like I could cry.
Well,
But when you were explaining your plan to Hifumi, how did you explain the part about him playing dead? What she's asking is, what was Hifumi supposed to do after that? Assuming you could actually let him live.
Are you okay with this?
That's simple. After he did his part and pretended to be dead, once someone showed up, I told him to say he'd been seriously wounded. He was on the verge of death, but he just barely held on. And you really believe that? Well, of course. That wasn't all there was to it. As I explained to Hifumi, the plan was, while you were all questioning him about what had happened to him, I was going to murder someone else. At that point, Hifumi would have an alibi, so nobody would doubt him. I told him that, and he believed it. It all seems very straightforward, stereotypical. I just matched the lie to the level of the opponent. In fact, Hifumi ate it up. He believed the lie wholeheartedly, right up until the moment of his death.
so in the end,
So, you had planned to kill him all along. But of course. There would have been no point to my plan if the one who pretended to be dead did not end up dead himself.
What the heck?
How can human life mean so little to you?
Well,
That's a non-issue. I simply did everything in my power to win.
don't be mean.
Now you sound like Byakuya.
I wonder about that.
No, he derives his pleasure from the thrill of the hunt. In that aspect, we are nothing alike.
Why?
Then What made you take things this far?
What the heck?
Was it really just for money? Are you talking about the $10 million Monokuma offered us? That is a lot of money, is true. But that's not all there is to it. From the moment our new life here began, my only thought has been escape.
But
All along you've been saying how we have to accept living here.
You little bitch.
Obviously that was a lie!
Hey!
I couldn't take it! I hated it from day one! More than anyone else in here!
You little bitch.
I wanted to get out! Every day was fresh torture! And do you know why? Huh?
This is fine.
Because I had a dream, and accepting a life here would have meant nothing less than giving up on my dream forever.
Honestly.
And there was no way that I could ever do that. In the underground world of gambling, I risked my life to make a metaphorical killing,
As for me,
and it was all for that dream. And what was this dream of yours?
isn't it wonderful?
To live in a European castle. I don't know why I didn't expect such an answer. But wow. A castle? And to gather handsome men from all over the world to serve as my butlers / bodyguards. That's wild. I was going to make them dress up like vampires and satisfy my every need. How do vampires dress? Is she just talking contacts and fangs? Or like mythical garb? Like ruffle shirts, suits. Once I obtained that, I would have created a perfectly excuse me, aesthetic world of decadence.
This is fine.
Living the rest of my life there was my only dream, my only goal. That's what life is all about. That is a wild reason for doing anything. Combined with my own winnings, Monokuma's $10 million would have made that dream a reality. I got right to the edge, but
There is nothing to be done.
unfortunately, my dream has been scattered to the wind. Still, I don't have any regrets. I pursued my dream to the very end. So why would I?
Just the worst.
You sound so passionate, but you were really able to kill your own friends for it?
Oh,
Are you asking me to feel guilty? That's a pointless endeavor. I did nothing of sacrificing others for my own ends. I feel nothing.
do you understand?
That's all there is to me. That's what makes me complete. Isn't it terrifying how different our values are? There's simply no room for understanding.
What is this?
That's what we should be saying. And plus, how can you be so calm? Don't you realize you're about to die? Why are you scared? My ability to lie is unrivaled, and I take pride in that. It's not just other people. I can even fool my own emotions. The conscious deceives the unconscious. And that's why you're not scared?
Yes, indeed.
That's right. I don't fear death. Kill me however you like. But you know, if I could be reincarnated, if I had a choice there,
Isn't it wonderful?
I think I would like to come back as Marie Antoinette. Do I understand it's for the castle, but are you aware of how Marie Antoinette leaves this earth? Like, are you fully conscious of what happens to her? Like, do you have all the facts? Or did you stop thinking past European castle?
Hey,
Whew. You just get executed again. Celeste smiled then, and when she did, it looked to me like a poor effort to force it. She claimed she could fool her own emotions, but that statement itself must have been her final lie, and that weak fake smile is what betrayed her.
Thrills, chills, kills!
You all done? Okay, then let's get rolling. The blackened disturbed the peace and must pay the price.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment.
Are you seriously not gonna finish the statement?
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
I hate that he never finishes it. He just always stops right there
I guess I'll let
before
Kira
the
go first.
pronoun and the title.
What?
This is
Will it really give you the hope you're looking for? I can't say I ever saw it that way. Which is why... Actually, it's not important. Well then... Take care, everyone.
but jeez Louise. Like there's they just could have cut it short. They didn't need to announce everybody's title. Just to end it abruptly right there every time.
Perhaps we'll meet again. In another life.
You know, Celeste, I hope not. Okay? I truly hope not. Well, time for How does the ultimate gambler die? Oh. Oh, I thought so. Oh my. That's a terrible way to go. That is a slow roast. Mm-mm-mm. Not with the beautiful music in the background. Nah. to be burned alive and then hit by a truck while a million bears watch? That's wild. But I guess that means she didn't have a slow burn. Whoo! It's over. The third execution is over. Celeste's death is over. Celeste killed my friend, so I can't pity her, but I also can't deny that at one point I considered her a friend too. And for him to just come along and... Isn't it just awful? Someone couldn't cut free of their regrets from the outside world. And so more people had to die.
Extreme!
You guys are still young. You need to place more value on your lives.
What are you gonna do?
Jeez. And here I thought you guys were gonna pass the torch of hope to the next generation.
Let me out of here!
What do I care about hope? I'll throw it in the trash if you just let me out of here.
Too bad.
You're all the embodiment of hope, whether you like it or not. And it's my destiny to knock you down one by one. It's sad, yes it is, but that reality just can't be avoided. Don't talk like you're not responsible. How long are you gonna make us keep going through this? What do you want from us?
How strange.
Gosh, I'm so sick of people asking me that. Give it a rest already. So anyway, Kyoko, did I see you get some kind of key type object from Celeste?
Hey, hey!
So, what's the deal with that?
What?
Huh? What's the matter?
So then,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
you...
What did you do? What did you do to me?
Who?
What?
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body?
Ooh, how exciting!
Oh man, oh jeez, oh man, oh jeez. What do you mean? What did I do? I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. What was that just now? The mastermind did something to Kyoko's body? What's that mean? Okay. Well, you know, I tried. Okay, things are getting kind of awkward. I think it's time I got out of here.
Well,
Meanwhile, you guys can go on enjoying your school life. If you get lonely, give me a shout. Not that I'll do anything about it, of course.
see ya later!
Monokuma disappeared, leaving us all depressed and in despair. Although it wasn't all despair. There was one small hope. Hey Kyoko, Monokuma already mentioned it, but what's that key that Celeste gave you?
so...
Most likely, it's the key to one of the dressing room lockers.
Huh?
What? Then that means... Celeste probably hid it there.
Hey,
I suppose sometimes it's easiest to miss what's right beneath your nose. Well then, we'd better go check.
Indeed.
Good idea. We left the courtroom and rushed to the dressing room. As we approached the dressing room, Yoko looked back at us and said,
Hey.
I'm going to go on alone from here. Everyone else head to the dining hall. I'll check in with you later.
What?
Why exactly are you going alone?
So,
Do you even have to ask? As she spoke, she glanced quickly at the surveillance camera.
Come on.
That's not what I mean. Why you? There's still the risk of a spy, you know. Then I'll go too.
What?
You. Please, let me go. Standing here arguing is just going to draw more attention to us.
Goodbye.
Do whatever you want. Thank you, Byakuya. Why are you thanking him?
Well then.
Then it's up to you now.
Yo!
I'm gonna head to the dining hall, okay? So, Makoto and Kyoko are gonna go together? Does that mean what I think it means?
Okay.
Good luck, Makoto. Girls like her are total pushovers when you show a little backbone. Hina, don't take up the role of company pervert. Tried to forget what Hina said. Everyone headed to the dining hall, leaving me and Kyoko there alone.
shall we go?
Yeah,
So then,
we need to get into that locker. Kyoko took the key Celeste had given her and unlocked the locker. And as the locker swung open, we saw.
You're really cool.
Good morning. It's been a while, hasn't it? It's safe. Thank goodness. I'd never heard Kyoko sound so relieved. It was like she was speaking from the bottom of her heart. I did just what Celeste asked. I didn't say a word. I stayed quiet the entire time.
So,
Oh, and I think I might be able to open the last set of files soon. Maybe as early as tomorrow. I'm doing my best, so please wait just a while longer. So, now we can officially say the case is closed. As far as this incident is concerned, sure, but can we take a second? Since we had this opportunity, I want you to be honest with me. Kyoko, please tell me, what are you trying to do all on your own here at the school? Is that why you wanted to come here with me?
however,
Regardless, that's not something you need to know right now. I don't need to know. That just makes me even more worried.
what?
Worried? Like what happened during the investigation this time. You disappeared and we didn't see you again. Without warning, without explanation. When you do that,
Indeed.
it's okay. No, it's only natural that they think I'm the mastermind spy, right? And you too. No! I believe in you. You believe in me? Isn't it obvious? People believe in their friends, right? That's why I want you to tell me. And I want you to believe in me too. Because we're friends. I understand.
It's true.
Then maybe I can believe in you. Just a little bit more. Then
That's fine.
fine. I'll tell you. I'll tell you why I've been disappearing and where I've been going. You see, what I heard from Kyoko then was, well, frankly, it kind of blew my mind. How did I know that they would fade to black? How did I know they would fade to black? Right after I told Kyoko I believe in her, she told me a story that was, well, almost unbelievable. I decided I had to confirm what she told me with my own two eyes, so I waited for nighttime to come, and when it did, I went into action.
Correct.
The boys' bathroom on the second floor doesn't have a surveillance camera or monitor in it. And in the storage closet there, way in the back, she said it was way in the back of the boys' bathroom storage closet, but could Kyoko really be right about this? Dun dun dun. It's a normal storage closet as far as I can tell. The secret Kyoko told me about, could it really be hidden here? She said it was way in the back of the storage closet. But I mean, seriously? Without thinking, I placed my hand on the back of the storage closet, and suddenly, as if it were being yanked in, at the same time as I heard that sound, I fell through the wall. I had no idea what was going on. I believe it. They finally found something worth finding. And of course it was Kyoko that found it. Though why she was in the boys' bathroom like that, it's a little questionable. But it's Kyoko we're talking about. She's not gonna feel embarrassed about it. She has to find the answers. Who else would have thought to check the bathrooms for clues? Had fallen through the back of the storage closet. It turned out the back wall was like a revolving door, and I made my way to the other side, just like Kyoko had said.
Correct.
In the boys' bathroom on the second floor, there's a storage closet, and way in the back of that closet, there's a secret room. So this is the secret room. But what's in here? It's just a normal desk with normal drawers. There's a bunch of files and what looks like volume after volume of yearbooks. They're all covered in dust. Looking at everything, one file at the edge of the bookshelf caught my eye. Hope's Peak Academy Student Registry. This is the only thing in here not covered in dust. Has someone been looking at it recently? I slipped the file into my hand. Before I had a chance to take a look at it, a slip of paper fell out of the file, and I turned my attention to it. What's this? You must not leave. That's kind of weird. I can understand if it said, like, I can't leave, but you must not leave? What is this? My head feels funny. This strange sensation. It's like deja vu. Those words, you must not leave. I've seen them somewhere before, but I can't quite remember. What do I know? What don't I know? Well, strange sound rang out through my head. Felt like it was shaking my brain back and forth. And then, darkness. I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what started it. It's all over. And with that, I opened my eyes. Didn't know how long it had been. Ow. Apparently something hit me and I lost consciousness. That's all I understood. The dull throbbing pain in my head proved that much at least. And everything's gone. An empty bookshelf. Huh? Empty? Gone. It's all gone. The yearbooks, the student registry, and even the note that had fallen on the floor. It's all gone? What does this mean? When my brain refused to do any more work, the insistent pain in my head began to spread across the rest of my body. For now, I should go back to my room, get some rest. My body was heavy with pain, my mind heavy with thought. I dragged myself back toward my room. Somehow I made it back to the first floor of the school. The farther I walked, the more I felt. Things are getting blurry. Can't see in front of me. Couldn't stop myself from collapsing right there. And after that, I don't like the fact that my name tag color changed. That's never a good sign. As if from a vast distance I heard a sound. It was faint but undeniable. That sound, it's coming from the gym? As I desperately hauled my shaky frame towards the gym, the sound got stronger and stronger. What's going on? Makoto, haven't you investigated enough today? Like, you just got your bell rung. It can't be nothing. Here, in the gym? I didn't make a sound as I opened the door to the gym. The sounds coming from inside, meanwhile, only intensified that much more. Well, alright. Before me there raged a battle beyond anything humanly possible. No, one side's not human, that's for sure. But regardless, I couldn't stop staring. I forgot to move or even breathe.
Why, you? What do you think you're doing? I asked you a question. What's the meaning of this? How dare you defy me? This wasn't part of the deal!
The deal?
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Okay. But you do realize what will happen if you go through with this, right? You haven't forgotten, have you? What I'm holding hostage?
What am I looking at? Good question, Makoto. Good question. What am I hearing? hostage, then could it be the mastermind spy is of course. And yet again, it dropped significantly. Oh, that's childish. Yes. Yes, I do. Go ahead and go there. No, we can say that. We can say that. Wrong button. And this one. Okay. Just have to make sure that was there. I don't want a mishap like before happening. Okay, well, that got intense. That was not the ending I was expecting. I'm I'm not mad at it. This was a good time. This was a grand old time. Man, oh man. I'm excited for what's going to happen next. I'm very, very excited. Huh. All right, y'all. I guess this is good night until next time. Like always, I will take a little interlude before going into the next chapter. Although I think tomorrow it'll just be an easy stream day. I think I'm just going to play a little Dead by Daylight and cleanse my palate a bit before we jump back into what shall be fascinating, I assume. Because I can't wait. Woo! I I I truly can't wait. So I guess I'll see some of you tomorrow for some Dead by Daylight. you know, if anybody watching would like to join me in a little Dead by Daylight, I don't mind surviving with friends. It's more fun that way anyway. Less nerve-wracking as well. But until then, guys, like, comment, subscribe, follow, whatever it is on the platform that you're seeing this. And I'll see y'all later on today. Probably sometime after work and a nap. All right. Bye, guys. Good night, good night.